stop by for the Nintenbyte. You got the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing peaches until the sun lights. Summer shooter beams so bright. Master hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. I think we're live. I have no idea.
The big orange live in the corner usually suggests that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. YouTube was just taking this a minute to refresh. How we doing, everyone? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. We actually started on time. Are you guys proud of me?
Chat?
Yeah.
No, the chat doesn't care. All right, cool.
I love the background.
Oh man, we have a really big show for you guys today. Lots of people here, lots of things to talk about. Almost a packed house. Technically 9 would fill the screen perfectly, but you know, we haven't had a 9-person show yet. Maybe someday. Guys, I don't know if you heard. There's some leaks today.
Uh-oh.
Really?
And not only that, too.
Tell me more.
Not only that, I don't know if you also heard. Nintendo's suing Palworld.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Guess they're not pals anymore.
No. So obviously, those are kind of what we're talking about today. Those two things, like specifically. So if anything else happens, if Nintendo tweets anything crazy tonight, we'll go over it. I don't expect there to be anything that we need to worry about. They did the NSO announcements, yesterday? So I don't think there'll be anything crazy tonight. But you never know, because Nintendo can do Nintendo things. And Nintendo of Japan just woke up. It's business hours for them now. So
True.
That being said, we have a bunch of leaks to go over, and yes, we will address the elephant in the room eventually. Of hey, when the heck is this thing being revealed for people that thought it would be this week? So we'll talk about that too. We're gonna go around and introduce everyone to who we have here and what is going on. We'll start with Mr. Tucker Hazel. I was about to say it. Eric, my mind is still in the gutter.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Eric,
You know what?
gutter.
I did.
Honestly, when most people see me, that's where their mind goes. So I understand it. It's not the first time. I'm used to it by this point. But I'm Tucker Hazel. This is, I think, my 4th or 5th time here on your show, and I'm very excited to have a full cast for a full topic. I mean, we've got some big things to talk about. We're not going to be just like scratching the bottom of the gutter to talk about things. And I've got thoughts. On all of this, but I have a YouTube channel called Backlog Banter, and you should watch my videos. But I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point later on.
Yeah. Next up, we have Nick with no K, who's doing #Beyond.
I need to change that.
Yeah. #Beyond. I don't know what's up with that. But I will note before he introduces himself, the guy on his main channel over there is 34 subscribers short of 1,000. You guys need to go subscribe right now. Yes. I just dropped the link. Go subscribe.
Go.
Yes.
On my way.
So close.
Let's get him to 1K during the show.
Everybody subscribe.
So who are you? We're trying to get you subscribers.
Who am I?
Why should they sub to you, man?
Well, I talk about anime on the internet. That's what I do. But every now and then I play video games. I'm currently trying to schedule another one, but I'm doing a live stream playthrough of my first Pokemon game, which is really fun. I've never played Pokemon before, so I'm doing it all live. I also have a video game collection video on there. So if you want to see all the video game stuff that I have, it's in that video. But I'm also here. I'm excited to talk Switch too. We made a joke about it last time. I unfortunately did not bring us a reveal this time, but as soon as it's time for me to be on the podcast, I'm just saying leaks showed up. There were no leaks yesterday. They all showed up today because I'm here.
Listen more with Nick. Every episode he comes on, something major happens. Every time.
Without fail.
So for a moment we were like, oh man, maybe they'll reveal Switch 2. The episode he's coming on. No.
No, but the leakers revealed Switch 2.
We're going to come through for you. Don't worry about it. You don't need Nintendo today. I want them tomorrow, though. It'd be nice.
Everyone started freaking out when there was nothing at 8:30 or at all the key times. And I'm like, maybe there's no announcement of an announcement. And we just wake up tomorrow and bang, it's there.
Shadow drop.
Nope. They're going to run on Japanese time.
Yeah. Shadow drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could do Japanese time because then what they could do is announce it tomorrow morning. And then they could do it at night, which would be morning for them. So they'd be announcing it at night in Japan, morning the next day. It is possible. Who the heck knows? We have Furukawa running the show. He's never announced the new generation system. So who the hell knows what's going to happen? HMK, Mr. Hype Man himself. I don't know if he's more hype for Switch 2 than me.
I'm like, you don't understand the possible. Like, okay, so you said the word, so I got him like almost. You don't understand. Like, I have been waiting for a console like this forever, and like the fact that the Switch has been doing so well, and like I was there when they revealed it. I was there at the event. It was so much fun, and if we can get a Switch follow-up that is like comparable to that, because like everyone's like, oh man, what the Switch is gonna be like as powerful as PS4 Pro, or it's gonna be in between that and PlayStation 4 and Xbox Series, whatever the fuck. And I'm like, yo, if I can get that in the palm of my hands, that's like stronger than the Steam Deck. What is the issue? Especially since the Steam Deck can, like, literally, it's like a computer in your hands, right? This is a gaming device in your hands. You don't have to allocate all these resources to have it run whatever type of OS that it needs to run in order to run these games. It's the Switch. I'm sorry. Let's just talk about.
And off the gloves come.
Man, I wish I had a pair myself. We can go a little rock'em sock'em over here. Where who's more hyped?
You've got the gloves. I've got something else. I've got something to bring the hype with.
All right.
Let's go.
Is that official?
Yeah, the Nintendo sent that to you, right? That's official.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's.
They actually based the entire game on him.
Yep. Yeah, I had this for a couple months. I didn't realize there was a game coming out.
Yeah,
that was a little weird. Yeah,
just like I don't know. I moved to Japan one day, and this just felt right. Next up, we have Chris from Game Over Sunday. You want to introduce yourself, man?
Yeah, hey, thank you for having me. I am Chris. As you can see, I have a small channel. I am from Guatemala, so I do things in Spanish, but I learned English since I was pretty young. So I'm here, hyped to talk about Nintendo Switch 2 and also Palworld. That seems pretty interesting to me. That's a very interesting one to me.
Yeah, very interesting. Not a lot of details on it, but Nintendo kind of like they were so specific. But they, whatever. We haven't seen the actual, full filing of the lawsuit. It was officially announced by Nintendo themselves. They made it public. By the way, Nintendo doesn't under no obligation to have to announce a lawsuit publicly. I think they want.
It's so weird how they have like a tweet dedicated to that in Japanese. It's like, oh, we are suing Palworld, and I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. Like we want people to know you fucked with Pokemon. We fuck with you. Basically, so.
But hey, what was the best part of that tweet? What was the best part? I couldn't believe they sent another tweet about it. You guys
is there an answer
about, right?
that disappointed but not surprised?
They sent the tweet about suing them, and they sent a follow-up tweet. Basically, by the way, we're not going to be announcing Switch 2.
There's no way.
During this,
there's no way.
For real?
Dude, then you get a into the court proceeding.
I was shocked.
They have to put that out there. It's hilarious. Like, who would expect it to even be brought up? It's a lawsuit about Palworld.
Yeah,
that's
wild. That is wild.
Breath of the Wild.
Game Junction, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
What you got going on over there? You want to let the people know?
Yeah, I just dropped a video talking about Switch 2, so it's a little outdated already. A couple days ago, 2 days ago. Yeah, I mean,
outdated, bud.
Yeah, well, because of today.
The hour, you're outdated. I mean, my video this morning's already outdated.
Yeah, it's crazy though. That's really the case. But
it's been nuts.
Yeah, just keeping up with that all day. I've been watching that and seeing what was going to happen. It's been a wild day in gaming.
Dude, I can't wait to get into it. Eric, what have you been doing, man?
Playing the Plucky Squire.
Yeah, How we feeling?
The game is phenomenal. If you haven't played it, play it.
He's been playing it like for the last couple of hours at my house while I was getting the show ready, and he's been laughing and just pure joy. I haven't seen this level of pure joy from him since he was like a teenager.
Hell yeah,
dude! He's having a lot of fun with this game.
I'm in love with this game. It has lived up to my hype, and there are not many things that do that, and it has just made my day. So
hell yeah! Then we got Thunder Stash Gaming in the house.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I was doing something very similar to Eric. I actually just finished platinuming Plucky Squire and wrote my review. I'll be working on it tomorrow. Should be posted tomorrow as well.
Wow.
And I had a great time with the game, but I'll go into a little bit more detail. It's going to be a spoiler-free review because, Eric, you know, since you're playing it right now.
Yep.
But it's something that you want to experience for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think people want to know a little bit about it, but nothing too much because it's pretty special.
It is. It is.
How
Very
long did it take you to platinum it?
I
2
think
days.
about
Yeah.
Dude,
It obviously
Just came
came out
out.
very recently. Yeah.
no, I think about I think it was about 7 hours and like 50 minutes is what
Oh,
it
wow.
looked like.
Okay.
That's
very
crazy.
reasonable.
I'm about 3 hours in, so
yeah. I heard it's about an
Sounds
8 to
great.
9 hour game. If you're really, as long as you don't get super stuck on the puzzles.
yeah.
Which, by the way, I'm excited because that means when I finish Link's Awakening coming up here before Echoes of Wisdom, I'll be able to squeeze this game in right before Echoes comes out. So
It'll
was
fit
my
in
thought,
nicely
too.
too. Let me say that.
real nice.
Did
Yeah.
you guys see the game breaking bug or whatever that they tweeted earlier today though?
Oh, which one was it? Because I had I was recording the game footage, the whole
Yeah.
time, and then I go back with my B-roll and put it together. But I know you said yesterday you had it crash.
Yes.
I didn't
twice.
have any, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. I didn't have any, but then today I had 2 of them. So I'm curious, is it a
Yeah.
game-breaking bug?
Yeah, this was something different. I haven't made it to the part where it's at, but they showed a little video of it on X, and it was throwing a crate or something on top of a moving platform. They said,
Yeah,
"Don't
I
do
know what
that."
that is.
They said, "Don't do that."
Okay, I had
Yeah,
it crash once there.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I just didn't do it the next time when I got through.
yeah, that's I said it could be game breaking and save immediately.
Dude,
So,
half the time you can get through basic game crashes just by troubleshooting and doing something different that you did previously. We all know that,
Sure.
right?
IT.
Yeah, basic.
Yeah,
problem
basic IT stuff.
All right, let's get into our topic roulette with our host here. Let's have let's have Thunderstash pick first. What topic you want, bud?
I'm actually going to go with the last topic, which is the elephant in the room. When is Switch 2 actually going to be revealed? Because I have an idea. I have something I'll present.
Okay.
I'd say present it.
Eric,
So I will.
Eric, what topic you want?
I didn't even realize that there was more than one top or more than 2 topics.
Damn.
Which one you grabbing, bud?
I guess I can go switch to image leaks. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Dang it.
Into the system. That's good. Make our second topic nice. All right. I'll go next. Make this real easy. We'll just keep all the Switch 2 topics in a row because why the hell not?
All right.
Let's go with the spec leaks, baby. Go with the spec leaks because we got some spec leaks today as well, dude. It's a double leak day. It's insane.
There's too much stuff.
I guess I'll pick Palworld.
Oh, geez. What? You have Palworld game junction? No. Who knew?
I have a theory about why they decide to sue now and not before.
Oh, okay.
You don't give that theory because you won't be here
Interesting.
for that.
Oh no, it's something simple. It's just that okay, we're suing Palworld now. Why didn't you sue before? It's like, oh, because they saw all those sales, so they were waiting for the right time. It's like, all right, you guys have enough money to take easy. that's the
They
theory.
just want the fat check, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Increase
like
the
if we sued you back then, like it wouldn't be worth it. But if we sue you now,
They could also wait. They
Hey,
could have done
I-
it today to be like, hey, we're suing you. By the way, tomorrow, hey, here's a Nintendo Switch 2.
I know to take away
Everybody
the bad
forget
PR.
about we're suing
Yeah,
Palworld.
mhm.
There are people mad at them. There's some negative reactions. It's like, yeah, I get it, but also
Nintendo's done that before, and there's other companies have done that before, like consistently.
Yeah, sweep it under
Yeah.
the rug. Yeah.
No, and I think Palworld had something for TGS. We're teasing something for TGS next week, so maybe they want to.
The PlayStation
advantage
reveal,
of that.
the PlayStation launch.
Yeah. So, Thunderstash, we're going with your topic here. What are we talking about?
Okay. So obviously, a lot of us, people in the gaming community, thought that it was probably going to get announced by today. Is that correct? Did everyone feel like it was going to be?
To announce.
I was thinking like by the end of the week, but a lot of people are like, oh, you know, the Switch, Nintendo, they're known for doing it around this time frame. But I was thinking like at the end of the week.
Right. And I think we all kind of feel like September, right? Because this month was cleared up, so to speak, for the Switch 2 to be rolled out, had the red carpet out for it. And it still can. I mean, it's the 18th.
Yeah.
We still have plenty of time. It can still be revealed before Tokyo Game Show.
Right, keep giving me the hope, baby. Keep it up.
Yeah.
I don't want to do the hot chip. Let's go.
Well, you know,
There's still a third of the month left.
I've mentioned it before, and you got to wonder, like, again, if this was internally delayed, which I've said it before, I 100% believe it was internally delayed. I believe that rumor. It should have came out this year. I don't think they planned for it to come out 8 years later, right? So if it was internally delayed, I think you got to factor all of that in. And if Nintendo wanted to like get on the good side of the third parties that are going to be at Tokyo Game Show, it would be a benefit for the Switch 2 to be shown prior to TGS. So all of these developers can show off their games. And you also have to look at it from the shareholder point of view in that these companies are publicly traded. And if they've been working on a Switch game, Switch 2 for maybe 2 years, let's just say hypothetically 2 years, 18 months, whatever it is, and they can't show anything or say anything, and shareholders like, what are you guys working on? Like, you haven't released anything in a long time. Like, we're thinking about pulling some of our money out of there, and we see that happen all the time. Look at Ubisoft, prime example. They are suffering majorly right now in the stock market.
As they should.
Yeah. Well, the thing is you don't want that to happen, right? On Nintendo's own accord, because that would kind of be like their fault because it was internally delayed. Like it can be looked at that way. And that's not good for a relationship, for a business relationship where, you know, you have something like the Switch that is going to break the console sales. Like I think it's definitely going to surpass PS2. I'm sure a lot of us are on the same page there. So you don't want to go from like the best selling console of all time to then, hey, we're having a really hard time even transitioning to Switch 2 to announcing it. So it would be doing them a solid there is my point. And I think it would go a long way. Now, if it doesn't happen before Tokyo Game Show, I've had a date circled in my mind for a while that I'll bring up. And, you know, there is layers to this that I want everyone to understand. And the reason why is because I think there are a few things that are missing in this story that not a lot of people, I wouldn't say are talking about, but they might not know about. And so this all goes back to the museum. Nintendo Museum opens up in March. This was originally supposed to open earlier. Okay, earlier than March. So it was supposed to open this March. It was delayed to October 2nd. But there was another delay too. So this was actually supposed to open in 2023. So then it was delayed to March of this year. Now, March of this year, 6 months later, where would that put us? To where we are today, right? September. Which would probably be a good time to launch a console if you're going to launch it in the fall. It's actually been a pretty popular time that Nintendo's launched consoles before. So then you look at it that way, and now that it's been delayed, the actual opening of the museum to October 2nd, what is 6 months later? March 2025.
March.
When's Switch 2 supposed to come out? March.
Yep.
It's 6 months later. It's a 6 month build up. When did Switch 1 come out? March. Okay. So they said that, and I don't buy this, and I want to tell you guys why, but they said that the museum was supposed to open in March, but it was delayed due to some kind of getting some sort of building code approved. And let me just say this. when I see bullshit, I always call it out. I can see it a mile away. This feels like bullshit. Guys, Nintendo is the biggest, most respected company in Japan. They are the crown jewel of Japan. If they need something done, they need something approved, it's getting approved the same day. They're not going to have to wait a half a year to get a museum approved. Like when you step off the airplane in Japan, you're greeted by Mario.
They're part of the Yakuza.
Yeah, there's warp pipes in the actual no, like for real, they have warp pipes at the airport there. It's all over. Like you're greeted everywhere by Mario. So we all know Mario's the biggest thing in Japan. So if they need something done, it's going to get done. So I think this was total BS. And then you got to factor in that this building has a lot of history. This was Nintendo's building that they used to like manufacture the playing cards. And it was the same building they used to build and repair consoles. And they had the building in their name, I think, since 1969. And so they closed it down. I was looking this up. I was actually on a Japanese travel website reading up on some information about it. And it closed down in 2021. So they've been working on the museum for quite a few years, actually. And so take all that for what it is. And then also factor in that when we saw the museum direct, did we not all see the same thing? Like, did we not see open spots for consoles for a console, for one console, let me say, a Switch 2, basically?
Even a whole row behind the Switch without something hanging above it.
Yeah. Now let me ask you guys this. If they have something right there, like a big console for the museum, and they're covering it up with, say, like a cloth or something like that, don't you think they're going to want to have that revealed before they open the museum? Do you really want to run the risk of someone trying to pull that cloth off and expose the Switch too? It just all adds up. And what better way to do your grand opening? Like, it's a really big deal to have a museum for your company. You know what I mean? Like, what better way than to introduce the Switch 2? And I could see Nintendo doing future stuff there as well, future announcements. Because, again, there's a lot of history in that building. So that's what I'm going with. If we don't see it in September, I kind of put my money on October 1st. What do you guys think? Tucker, what do you got?
That's a really interesting theory in terms of how things line up and how Nintendo has been positioning, I think, a lot of their initiatives in the last couple of years to line up. They're trying to get the movies to synergize with the games, and now the museum is in the mix, and the theme park. And so I do think that tying them together actually would make sense and drum up hype for all of it, because yeah, it's a big deal that Nintendo now has their own museum with this history and all of that. But if you coincide it with something that is frankly a more publicly available, bigger deal, that being the reveal of the system, or at least some news about it, I could even foresee them using this as a location to film Nintendo Directs in the future, or to do, if they do sort of what they did with Switch, like a investor presentation. This still wouldn't be live like it was in 2017, but they could do something like that at the Nintendo Museum, use the backdrop, maybe cut around to different parts of the museum that are kind of relevant to whatever they're currently talking about. And so I think it's a phenomenal idea. And I don't think that, to me, I don't think it makes sense necessarily to have the opening of the museum and the system reveal coinciding exactly with one another, but I do think around the same time makes sense. Because if they're announcing the system, even if it's just a short trailer, you're not going to have enough stuff, box art, information, sales numbers, peripherals. They're not going to have enough stuff to display. Like, you're right, they have an empty space. Of course, they know they're making another system, but they're not going to have enough stuff that they've revealed to fill an entire display. It would just kind of probably be the system in a picture, maybe a little bit bigger, one of the games, a video, I don't know. But I do think that the idea of the synergy is what you really sparked in me. I think that makes sense. But I'm not sure if I necessarily agree that it would be like an exact coinciding thing, just given that I don't think we're going to, even if we do see the system, hear news about it, I don't think we're getting a blowout anytime near October.
I don't either. Does anyone think we're getting a blowout?
No.
I think we're going to have the initial reveal, and then we're going to have a later date, which will probably be, I think, in January. Would make a lot of sense.
Just like the original Switch.
Yeah, I think
just like the
something
original.
after Zelda drops is what I was thinking. Something
Right.
after Zelda drops, that time period.
I think it's going to be a bigger blowout than people give it credit for. Now, I don't think it's going to be like the big, when they go on stage for an hour and a half and go over every little specific thing and show off like a 1-2 switch style game. I don't think it's going to be like that, although I think there will be some sort of game that shows off a new feature at launch. But I do think it's going to be like that. You think about it, like the Switch trailer was really beefy, right? It was like a 4-minute reveal trailer. It was very long and it showed everything they needed to show. But
a lot of details for them to go over.
But they were trying to sell the concept of the Switch. No, they don't need to sell the concept anymore. If this is what it appears to be when we get into the leaks later, where it's literally an iterative system, which could be brilliant and sell 200 million systems with the way that this game industry is going right now. Nintendo's like in a very perfect position. I'm not saying it's going to actually sell 200 million, but I've seen that opinion thrown out there that it's kind of like Nintendo kind of is in a perfect spot to do something iterative and dominate. But what's fascinating to me is you look at, I guess I'm using that word fascinating. I use it too much. Sorry, it's a mental note to myself. I've been trying not to use that word so much. But I look at what they have to do with this. They don't have to sell the concept anymore. They have to sell why you need to upgrade.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I kind of feel like this initial showing could end up being like a 10 to 12 minute thing, not a massive blowout, but they could actually want to show a lot of different things to explain why. Like, you know how they show iPhone every year. Yeah, it's iterative, but they try really hard to explain why you need to get this one, even though like this year, it's really why you need to get iOS 18, not why you need to get a new phone. But unless you're still stuck like me on Lightning and you want to go get the USB-C, I guess.
14. Yeah.
Honestly, what I think they're gonna do when it comes to like, the initial reveal versus like what they could do later, like a keynote or anything like that, especially when considering what they've done with the original Switch. I definitely get what you're saying with like, oh, they don't have to do the concept anymore. That's a 100% true. It's just like, okay, there's the Switch 2. What can it do beyond that of the regular Switch?
Yeah,
I feel like an initial reveal is going to be very comparable to that of the original reveal with the Switch, but instead of focusing so much on the concept of like, oh, it's on the go, it's a console, you could take the Joy-Cons out, it'll like showcase aspects of games that maybe we didn't even like would fathom could run on this thing in handheld mode, or possibly that on docked mode. But they're going to go a lot with show, don't tell in this original trailer, that I feel, and that a lot of what they show in the trailer beyond that of its like capabilities as a console, like, okay, yeah, you can take the Joy-Cons off, they're magnetic now. They're going to be showcasing games that are like, whoa, that on Nintendo Switch, games possibly like maybe 5 out of 7 Remake and Rebirth, Devil May Cry 5, games
Call
that
of Duty.
you would think that, Call of Duty, especially since they've been talking about that not too long ago. So they're going to be that is going to be like, when compared to the entire trailer, are going to be footnotes, but Nintendo's going to position them those games in a sense that people are like, they only going to show them off so much to know that people know that, like, hey, look, Elden Ring. People are going to be talking about that. That's going to be a big chunk, a significant chunk of the conversation that's going to be had up until Nintendo decides to show off more and talk about more. And then when the keynote happens, which is like, it could be the month afterwards or a couple months afterwards, where they actually sit people down or sit the crowd down in, whatever location, Nintendo Museum, over back at the Tokyo Metropolitan area, whatever. They're going to say, okay, so this is the system. This is what magnetic Joy-Cons, this amount of RAM, blah, blah. They're going to gloss over all of that stuff up until the keynote during or after the initial reveal trailer, right? Because people are going to be constantly talking about, it's like, how's this, like, at least it's up. people are like, oh, Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition, 60 frames on the go and on the Switch. How are they going to be doing that? Tech enthusiasts are going to be talking about, oh, maybe the combination of DLSS with the amount of RAM that's going to be present due to leaks. That amount of conversation is going to carry this all the way to the keynote where Nintendo decides to finally talk and dive directly into, what is being provided out of the box for the Switch 2, along with the release date and then price, right? Nintendo's done that before with the Switch. It's worked out incredibly well for them, and I feel that that's going to be their strategy for Switch 2, but focusing more on the look, big games. How are in those games? You'll have to wait and see. And then that conversation is literally going to be their chariot into a bigger presentation. That's what I'm thinking.
I think there'll be an episode of third parties. I just want to toss this one point in, and then you can go, Chris. I think while there's going to be an emphasis on third-party games, I do think that there'll be emphasis on one particular thing from Nintendo. They're going to show something that's from this generation that is updated and upgraded on Switch 2 to just show the leap in power between the two systems.
I think the leap is going to be saved for the keynote. Someone tells me that this is Breath of the Wild running on Switch 2 as they're presenting, and then Breath of the Wild is just like, "Whoa!" I think they're going to save that. I think they're going to save that.
I think what they would save is the idea of announcing that there'll be upgrades to Switch game. I think they'll save that for the big reveal. There'll be one game. It might not even be a first party game. They could show The Witcher 3 just running significantly better.
Right.
They don't even have to show anything. Just show The Witcher 3 running on it.
Yeah.
Look at the Nintendo Switch footage and be like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And
that's an easy one to do that comparison for.
yeah, huge. Chris, what do you think?
I'm on Team October since a long time ago. I think that they showed last time that people can announce games even if they have not announced the console itself. So we already know it exists, right? So Nintendo has said, this is going to happen. They haven't mentioned what it is, but I think people can already announce games. So I don't think TGS is really a consideration for them right now. So I'm firmly on Team October. They're going to repeat the same thing again as they did 8 years ago. But I think they have an easier time if it's just the same thing, the same concept. They can just show it. Okay, it's another tablet and you can put it on your TV. That's fine. But I think they got to focus on the games. And overall, it should be pretty easy. Show Mario, show next 3D Mario, and people are in. And then show a couple of third parties. I mean, personally, I would love if they show something Final Fantasy VII Remake or even Rebirth there. And that would get people going. That would show what it can do. And it would be something that people are excited about. Besides that, I think pricing, it should be a good move if they showed pricing right away because they have it easy. I mean, PlayStation put it in us to choose it right now. So I think they have that pretty easy. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
After
I think
what Sony
the
did,
first reveal is going to be focused on games.
And drop the price in. Just do it, Nintendo.
I like that.
Win the day if you drop the price.
People are they're gonna dangle the potential price over us for months. I watch how much.
I don't know. I feel like there's so much scrutiny with the PS5 Pro price. They're gonna be like, "All right, $400, and we can do all of this."
It's so easy for them to do this, but I think they're gonna wait. It could be a coin toss. It could be either way, but it's right. Yeah, it's so easy right now.
What if there's a caveat? There's multiple versions, and they only just announce the price of the cheapest version.
They usually don't sell at a loss, so that's one thing to kind of think about.
Did you guys see Jeff Keighley retweet the old video from E3 2006?
Reggie?
Reggie.
So Jeff's 18 years old, and he asked Reggie, this is about basically, were you worried about the PlayStation 3 being announced and the pricing? And he's like, candidly, no, we weren't worried. And then he goes into his little spiel, but this was when PlayStation, this is the classic E3 when they held it up. Was it Kaz Hirashi?
Kazurai.
Yeah. $599. So
and
yeah,
the world with PlayStation
kind of like the same thing now, right? with the PS5 Pro. Like it
Yeah.
feels like he posted that for a reason because it
Mhm.
feels eerily similar. Especially
Yeah.
if Switch 2 is
See,
announced and it's 400, like we're
you-
expecting.
You're forgetting
Yeah.
the best part of that Reggie line, man. The dude when he said that he felt that Sony left the door open and he's going to drive a truck through it.
Yeah, Mac truck.
Wild.
He was savage. He's like,
Yeah.
the door, we're going to drive a truck right through it. I'm like, and
He
he
was
was
the
I
best.
think it's gonna be the same thing again.
I do too. Chris, I just want to say I agree with you on the Final Fantasy VII remake. I'm fully expecting that. Obviously, I think we all know and probably read about Square. And Square Enix has been saying this for a while. We all know this, that for some reason they seem to not hit any of their sales goals. Or they're just internally very disappointed with
Yeah.
their sales figures. So it's like, hey, bring it to Switch too, man. And that'll solve your problems right there. But yeah, I'm expecting that. I'm expecting some big heavy hitter third parties. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Hey Nick, what do you think? Where are you at on this?
I think it could really be announced at any point. I'm on my hopium of like, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and as I walk into work, they're just going to be like, bang, here's the Switch 2. Here's the little overview trailer of what it is. That would be great. It would really
Ooh.
catch people off guard because like they didn't say anything today and everyone's like, all right, well, pack it up. It's October. And I'm like, we're only halfway through September. There's still plenty of time. Like, where it's not over. It ain't over till it's over. But I do think one thing they really should focus on, because I talked to my coworkers about this today because I saw the leaks and stuff, is why people need to buy this Switch as opposed to just keeping their old one. And I think a really great way to do that is to show off the games and be like, hey, here's Final Fantasy. Here's maybe we get Halo on there. Here's Genshin Impact,
Halo
which was supposed to
Reach.
be on Switch, but they didn't have enough power. So here's that
Yes.
game, which is massive. Here's Persona 3 Reload that's only on Xbox and PlayStation. Like you can bring in those games for the price point of, hey, $400, you can play all these great games plus the Nintendo games. Because something we talked about was Nintendo, I guess, is not competing with the PlayStation right now because they don't have the power. And another thing one of my coworkers brought up was like, well, I was hoping that, like, because we looked at the CAD, the CAD designs or whatever, and he was like, well, it doesn't, like, it just looks like another Switch. Like, it's just
I had
Switch.
friends
like, it's
come
supposed
up
to
to me
look
today
different.
and say that exact thing. Like, what's the difference? I'm like, okay, if you look at the pictures and there's like the two next to each other, you can tell it's a little bit bigger, but it is obviously very, very similar.
Yeah, they didn't switch many things around.
No, they didn't.
For the most
That was
part.
my thought.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's like he likened it to, oh, the PS3 looks different from the PS4, which looks different from the PS5, and I'm like, yeah, but Nintendo's been dominating the market with the Switch. So if you have a winning strategy, you don't really need to change it that much. Just make it a little more powerful because that's what people want.
Yeah.
Put more third-party games on it.
Yep.
Mark it up $100 or $50, I guess, from the OLED at $400. Bang.
Right.
You're good. You're
And
set.
The
There you go.
fans aren't
There you
asking
go.
for some crazy innovation. You know what I mean? And I know that's usually what Nintendo gives us, but we're really not asking for that. And I feel like in this generation, with the modern age of social media where everyone talks about video games openly and candidly, I think it's been really clear probably for Nintendo that, hey, we don't need crazy innovation. It's about what's on the inside that counts. We want more power, more
Aw,
RAM.
so sweet.
But really, we want all that. And guess what else? You don't need to name it anything crazy. We've already been calling it the Switch 2. Everyone has. And I think they looked at that stuff. I really think that they aggregated a lot of the social media posts and found out that, hey, based on what all of our fans are saying, we should call it the Switch 2 and just make it really powerful. Let's try this.
I've also seen so many people on the internet being like, is it really going to be called Switch 2? That's such a boring name. Like, that's not Nintendo. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
you know
guys,
what happened when they
we've
try to
been
not be
calling it
boring?
Switch 2 for the last, like, 3 years.
I've seen a little bit of that too. Not
Yeah,
a lot,
yeah.
but
Now
I
there's
see
a
a
switch up
bunch.
because it's legit.
You know what? You know what's also a really boring name? The Nintendo Switch OLED. Oh wait, they did that anyways. They literally used a piece of tech in the console name. It's almost like Furukawa was like, you know what? Maybe these creative we talk about falling off the cliff. Maybe we don't need to
plateau.
need to put like new on things or XL or
You know what's not particularly
go
creative?
with super or advanced. How about we
GameCube.
just, like, tell people what it is?
Mhm.
It is a Nintendo Switch with an OLED.
You gotta be
It
cut
is-
and
it's
clear with these people.
Another Nintendo Switch, but it's the new generation, so it's the second. Nintendo Switch. That's Switch 2. Oh man.
People
Hey.
couldn't figure out that the Wii U was the next Wii, and then see what happened.
Something I just thought about. Do we think that we'll get another like Switch Lite, but Switch Lite 2? Do you think that's going to happen?
Probably.
yes,
Yeah.
100%.
You guys,
It's too light. Yeah.
you guys remember the
100%.
rumors?
Why wouldn't it? Easy
Yeah,
money.
do you remember the rumors of the micro Switch that went around there for a second?
I do.
Yeah,
yeah.
Switch Micro.
Mhm.
I remember.
I just
Yeah.
thought about that, but
Why wouldn't you?
yeah,
Let me
that's
ask
kind of my
that.
thought.
Why wouldn't we? Look at the sales numbers. Look at how many Switch Lights have been sold. There's a
It's-
market for it.
It's
Yeah,
a cheap
there is,
option for
definitely.
kids. One of my kids has it, my youngest. Like
Yeah.
Same.
it's good. Game Junction. What are you thinking on? Like, when is this thing getting revealed? What are we doing?
I think now that we've gotten through today, basically, I think it's going to be after.
Yes, hasn't gotten through today. Yet.
Well-
We haven't got there yet.
Well, okay,
hours.
yeah,
There's still technically time in today to get it announced.
it's true. It's true. There is time. I do think
I'm
it's going.
refreshing Nintendo's Twitter behind the scenes, by the way.
No, I have been too. I think it's going to be after Zelda now, though. I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be sometime shortly after that. So the October 1st could make sense to me. But I think they want to get past that. It's a relatively big launch, even though it's a 2D Zelda. It's a big launch for Nintendo. So I feel like we want to get through that. Then after that's good. So it's going to be sometime, I feel like shortly right after.
October. Okay.
Yeah, I think early October is kind of my thoughts. I don't know if October 1st for sure, but that could make sense. I mean, it doesn't not make sense.
You just want me to do the hot chip on the podcast. That's all it is.
I want you to. I've been wanting you to all day. I was thinking about it in the shower and everything.
Well, jeez. Well, that's a spicy take there.
I'll take it.
Eric.
Not as spicy as the chip.
Oh,
There we go.
What were
Okay,
you
nice.
thinking, Eric, for when they're revealing this thing?
I want it as soon as possible, and I've been saying that for forever. My biggest worry though with this is, we've talked about the PS, what is it, 5 Pro's price point. I wonder if behind the scene, if Nintendo goes, okay, we were thinking 400, but now that this is out at 700, that just gave us an extra $50, and we can go see it's still great compared to this, and it comes out at 450. That would suck.
Feels like a weird price point though.
That would suck.
This
But
book, you could get it, and nobody's going to complain because it's not 700.
True.
You think
Counterpoint.
about it. We could have a Wii 60 again.
Oh, the Wii 60.
The Wii 60. Remember, you could get a Wii and a 360 for less than a PS3.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
That
Wii-
that was a huge selling point
Yeah.
during that generation. And if you look at it now, I mean, you could get a Switch 2 if it's 400,
Mhm.
which I think it's going to be, and another console. I think
The Series S.
right. Series S, but
Yeah.
I've seen Series X go on sale around the holidays for 400.
It goes
I've
on-
seen it for 350.
I've seen it for 350 too,
Yeah.
brand new at the store. So you
Yeah.
could literally say that you can get both consoles for less than a PS5 Pro physical.
Dude, I
Yes,
can't
the
wait for
physical
the-
is 850 out the door.
The PlayStation 5 all digital version to go on sale this holiday for 400. I'm like, what are you talking? That's what it launched at. Like, you raise the price. It's not a deal.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Nick, what was your counterpoint?
I was just gonna say counterpoint. If they leave the Switch 2 at 400 and it's still Xbox Series S power in docked mode and it was PS4 Pro on the go, I think is what they said. If you leave it at 400, then it plays all the same games for cheaper than the Series X. Because I'm assuming you can play all the games that you can play on the Series X on the Series S. So if you come in cheaper than that, you're playing all the same games for slightly cheaper, and you can take them on the go, which would be a massive blow to Sony and Microsoft, which, I mean, Microsoft is kind of
Doing
on their
own
last
thing.
legs in the
They're
console
teetering.
space anyway. They're heading out.
Yeah, I totally.
I think
agree.
so,
That was
too.
that was just like, it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden Nintendo behind the scenes is like, ooh, they way overpriced this. Let's see if we can squeeze out just a tiny bit. I'm not saying it will happen, but that would be kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Nintendo does weird stuff, so
Yeah.
you know.
So for obviously for the reveal thing, I've been on Team September for a long time, and I have a hot chip challenge bet on it. So if you guys thought I was because it hasn't been revealed yet this week, it might not be revealed this week, that I was getting off, you're wrong. We're sticking with my prediction. It's being revealed this month. Look, here's the way I look at it. All right. I don't have any logical reason to think it besides for two things and two things only. One, Nintendo moved everything from September to August. Why? I have no idea, actually. I don't know why they did it. Beats the hell out of me. Could be anyone's guess on why they did it. But they moved all these directs and everything to August. I don't think they did that to announce the Mario Kart 8 U Deluxe OLED.
Bundle. I was going to ask if we were going to talk about that.
A
anytime.
Wonder OLED.
I don't think they moved everything for that. I don't think they moved everything for a Australian Wonder bundle. Look, they do holiday bundles every year. I don't think anything was moved because of a holiday bundle. So
There's going to be holiday bundles next year.
yeah,
Every year
yeah, there will be. So
from now until eternity.
So one, there's that, right? That has been one of my main reasons that I even did the hot chip bet for this month was that there's been no specific insider that has been like, oh, it's happening this month. There was always, it might happen, but it might be October. Okay, fine. You think it's October? There's plenty of people that are still Team 2025, and that's fine because Nintendo said it will have an announcement related to the Nintendo Switch successor by the end of the current fiscal year. So they didn't say March, but March is the end of the current fiscal year, March 31st. So it could be, they could say nothing until January, February, March, right? They could wait. But also this, remember how I said there was no insider that said anything? Well, if you believe this Ryan from the Bronx person is Midori, I have clarified something with him privately about something he responded to another person, Bill Kun, saying, do you think, before Bill Kun revealed that he knew about bundles, Bill Kun was trolling people. Do you really think Nintendo is going to reveal Switch 2 this month? And he responded and said, really? Well, I talked to him today, and he said, yeah, no, Switch 2 is being revealed this month. Do not go off anything Nintendo has done previously to predict what day or what time they're dropping this. Don't look at what they did with Switch. Don't look at anything. I'm like, okay. And I left it at that because, I was going to ask, oh, come on. If you're going to be like this, the day, right? By the way, this is assuming the person knows anything. The day then. But I didn't want to go there because you know what? I want to keep my hopium at maximum and think, you know what? Maybe Nintendo is just going to do that little thing. Remember I was saying, oh, the first week of October, right? A lot of people think it might happen in the first week of October. Well, that first week of October technically begins on a Tuesday because Monday is the 30th of September. Reveal it on the 30th of September. I got to give myself hope.
You're really trying to thread the needle with that, huh?
I'm threading the needle. I'm going off a person that I don't even know if they are who they say they are. They did have a couple leaks that were legitimate leaks, but
yo, I just got hit by a truck when you said Midoriya. I'm like, I did not expect to be like coming into this podcast and hear Midoriya here. I'm like, trying to get away.
That is that's my trump card, and I don't even know if it's even legit. But this person, Ryan from the Bronx, if you guys know that they've been portraying themselves as being Midori, that's what they said. We'll see. Pretty much, this person's about to confirm to me if they really are Midori, because if it actually gets revealed and they're the only insider saying it. Another fun note, and I'm going to throw this out there. Nate the Hate has a podcast dropping on Friday. Okay, you guys don't know who Nate the Hate is, well-known Nintendo insider. He said on the last show that he wouldn't do another show about Switch 2 until it was really close to being revealed. And for some reason, he's dropping a show on Friday.
Yeah.
Does that mean next week? For some odd reason, they're revealing it during the Echoes of Wisdom week. Why? Maybe.
It is definitely possible.
I think it makes sense.
I think it might boost sales of Echoes because of backwards compatibility being revealed.
Yeah, that's a huge point too that we've
Yeah.
talked about so much on this podcast is the backwards compatibility, which is why I think they can announce it this year. I think we all think they can because it's not going to hurt the sales. If anything, it's going to increase the software sales, and we all know that that's how you make money. You don't make money on the hardware; you make money on the software. So if people buy more software because Switch 2 is announced, that's a win-win situation all day.
How dare you? They're dropping
Wait, that's you? I was like, wait, whose kid is speaking?
That's what I was thinking for a second.
dropping Switch Lite.
Yeah, Nate, I thought that was your kid.
You're barely understandable.
Oh my god.
They're dropping a Zelda
That's
Switch
hilarious.
Lite. That's the counter argument everyone brings up. Is they're dropping the Zelda Switch Lite next week.
Yeah. So what? Yeah.
They
People are
have a
gonna buy
whole
it.
warehouse of Switch Lights that they had to get rid of. So it's like, all right, coat of paint, easy. Zelda people buy anything.
You know, I will say one thing before we move on to the next topic, and it's that, you know, we have to remember too that today wasn't the only day that rumors hit. I mean, we do have to factor in that there was reports yesterday of all these developers that were invited to Nintendo. I saw the CEO of Limited Run Games. I follow him on Twitter. He's posted in front of the Nintendo of America sign.
I was there just
saying
a couple
he had
weeks
a
ago.
great
Maybe
day
I've
there.
got some inside information.
Well, I have a picture out front of there too, but he said he was invited there. And that he had a
Mhm. Yeah,
great
I was
time. That
invited.
that he spoke with Howard Lincoln. Was it
Yep.
for 2
Yeah.
hours?
Yeah.
Howard
2
Lincoln
hours.
no
The dude's
longer
a
affiliated with
Nintendo
Nintendo,
legend.
though.
Yeah, so they were there for a long time. If he was there for 2 hours just talking to one person, I think they were there for a pretty long time. And clearly they were shown the Switch too. I mean, it has to.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
So they need to announce this soon.
There's also so that story obviously began with like Liam Robertson put out there that a bunch of people had gone to Nintendo of America's HQ on Monday. But RGT85 actually had something to add to the story. He knows personally certain indie developers that have been actually going to Nintendo of America HQ over the last 2 weeks. So not just Monday. Like it's been a couple of weeks.
Dang.
They've been trickling in certain indie devs. Why would you be bringing people to your headquarters? What is something you can't just talk to them about over a Zoom call? Oh, maybe something they need to go hands-on with.
Uh-huh.
I believe it 100%.
Yeah.
Because indie devs wouldn't have dev kits right now.
Mhm.
You know, they're not going to have dev kits till after it's revealed.
And that's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point. I will say that I still believe September. Like I'm more confident in September than I am in October. I think if it goes to October, it would be the beginning, but I still feel like, hey, we got 12 days.
Let's go.
And like I woke up this morning, I get up every morning at 4. Right when I woke up, I checked Twitter, and literally it said 2 minutes ago. And what was posted was those pictures of the Switch 2 this morning. So every morning, I'm like waking up and checking Twitter to see if anything broke while I was sleeping.
Yeah,
Because that's when it's probably going to happen.
I do the same now.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
So this whole week I've left my phone. I usually have it on Do Not Disturb when I'm sleeping. No, I've left it on, and I'm just waiting. But the problem is when I do that, I get like 7,000 notifications off Twitter, and I'm just like, oh my god, every single little I'm like, oh, is this it? No, shit. It's just people liking or commenting. I gotta mute my whole thread, like every tweet I made today for me to even sleep tonight. So
Hold on, before we move on, I figured out Nintendo's master plan. So remember how I said they might charge $450 for it, and then we're wondering why it might come out, Zelda week. I got it. They're bringing it out at $450, but if you purchase Echoes, you get $50 off.
Okay.
jeez.
Ingenious. It's perfect.
It's perfect. It's like a free game, right?
Jesus, can you imagine how many copies of the game they would sell? They're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense. But imagine how many copies of the game
It's
they
gonna
would sell.
have like
I mean,
Wii Sports level.
they would probably sell 40 million copies of that game, which is just like that'd be insane.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
their master plan.
All right, Eric, since you like to talk right now, what's our next topic?
Oh gosh, Switch 2 image leaks.
All right.
You
Why
got
don't
it?
you, why don't you tell like some of the information
No,
behind
I
it
know.
while I
Yep.
get it up?
So this came from a Chinese social media site, but everything has since been deleted. The person is a 3D modeling enthusiast So the CAD models that we have,
Which we'll show in a second here.
from them, are him reverse engineering the sample that they got their hands on. The sample is real. The images aren't faked, and there is strong evidence it's injection molded with the classic demarcation of injection molding, which is extremely expensive. All right. Also, for some reason, there are people backing it. VGC's Andy Robinson said he has a source that has said says the images match what they know about the system. In addition, Geekshare,
I was about to say the Geekshare thing too. Yeah.
gaming accessory manufacturer, has a top manager backing the claims in China. The PBC shows what the heck is PBC or PCB?
That is the motherboard.
Oh, got it. Okay. There you go. Shows evidence that it was manufactured in October of 2023, suggesting that this is either from late 2023 prototype or dev unit. Thus, the design is likely close to final, but there may be some changes. As an example, the manufacturing leaks a couple days ago suggested a U-shaped kickstand. This is still in play.
Yeah. So obviously, like what I have on screen right now, this is like the big one that people are looking at. There's also one more that shows like the side of the new Joy-Cons, which I do think is notable, and we'll look at. Like the biggest thing about these leaks is that they seem these ones in particular, the actual images. People have been trying to disprove these all day. Like, are these photoshopped? Are these? No, they are not. And people actually that were professionals that have done injection molding and do professional 3D printing actually zoomed in. Heads up, you can't see my camera. What?
I can see his camera.
I can't. Oh,
Yeah,
just me
I
then.
see it.
Yeah, Nick. Dang.
Oh, now I can see it. Oh, that was just me.
Anyways, so people have been trying to disprove this all day, and no one can disprove this image and the one other we'll show you in a moment. And people did a lot of close examining, and it's definitely injection molded. And for injection molding, because people were worried like this was going to be like that NX thing, right? Where someone 3D printed and faked the internet based off a Nintendo patent.
Oh man, those are fun times.
People thought this would happen, and there's already things in it that are different than that. One, we see an actual PCB, which that's pretty hard to fake. You'd have to pay to get that made. And you can pay to get custom PCB made. It is possible to fake those, but they're not cheap to get a custom one made. So you consider that that's not cheap. You consider that injection molding, dude, to get those molds made can be like upwards of $50,000 per mold. Yeah. So like for someone to spend that kind of money to fake this,
just to fake this,
and the fact that some of the stuff it's faking was leaked like 2 days ago, so the molds wouldn't even be ready yet. Some of the stuff like the press fit of the Joy-Cons pressing in instead of sliding on, that was from a manufacturing leak 2 days ago. And so that wasn't known publicly till 2 days ago. How would someone get the molds made by then and have this done in a professional way? So a lot of things line up that this is probably in some way, because the story basically is that this guy who's a 3D modeling enthusiast paid a shitload of money to a third-party manufacturer of accessories to get their hands on this. So this could have been the
richest Nintendo nerd ever.
This could have been one of Nintendo's manufacturing partners. And what's fun, one of their accessory manufacturing partners. And the funny thing is, there's two different ones kind of suggesting that they have something going on. Satisfy also said something on Twitter about how they're already working on accessories for this thing.
That would be great.
They might even have hands on something like this. And you might go, well, why would an accessory maker have like this PCB? Well, notice the PCB doesn't have the chipset on it or any of that stuff. But you know what it probably can do? If there's electromagnets, they need to show a way for the electromagnets to turn on, something to run a current through. So you need the PCB. And if you look on here, and we'll look at this other image that shows it from the side, is indeed, look, they have the chipset inside where it would charge the Joy-Con when you press it on. So that could enable the power just to turn on the magnets so they can make accessories that work with the magnets. So it kind of would make sense that they may have something like this for the purpose of making third-party accessories, third-party controllers, and stuff like that. So it is very fascinating that those seem to be the people backing this up. Meanwhile, the claim was he bought it from somebody like that. So, and this is obviously an older one. I would assume there's probably a newer version that they have now, which is why this company was willing to sell this, to this guy. How he got his hand? I don't know. It's all in China. So who the hell knows how he actually got it? And he deleted everything. You know, and that theory
Bless
is
you.
the Nintendo ninjas came after him. That's the theory on why he deleted everything, which could be.
So I gotta say one thing because I have to be out. I'm at time. Right? Is that I think the design looks cool. I think it's real, but I think it's outdated. Like the actual like model that when and if it gets made and whatnot is going to be a bit updated to that, because I was talking with a friend of mine that the Joy-Cons. Can we look at the Joy-Con images? Really quick.
Yeah, the real ones here. This one?
No, the 3D printed one. Like there was one specific aspect. Keep going.
Well, and it's is it this one?
No, the next one. No, the next one. The next one.
No,
The next one. That one. The last one. That, bro, we were debating so much on what that ugly ass button could be, and we were like saying like, oh, that button could be like a specific like button for the Joy-Cons when it's on the side, or it could be the new release hatch. And I'm like, if that is like, if that's the release hatch, that is they need to update that. I don't like that. But with that being said, I got to be out of here. So thank you all so much for having me. I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully I'll be around a lot longer, but later.
Yeah.
Later.
Bye, man.
Now let's stay on that topic a little bit, because I think that is my biggest takeaway from the new design of the system. Is the biggest change seems to honestly be the different design for the. I think that's absolutely the release hatch. It's in the same place, but I've got a Joy-Con here. It's a Switch OLED Joy-Con. We all know the little like nipple on the back, basically, that you press to release your Joy-Con. This thing sucks. It's not good.
It's way too small.
Yeah, it gets stuck sometimes. It doesn't go down very far. I think especially if they want this to be a very clean system where it's very simple and elegant to remove the Joy-Con. I think a bigger button that has a little bit more press to it, very clear when it's on and off. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's an improvement, frankly.
You also have to think about it like if the Joy-Cons are going on the side and they're going in and pressing in, if you have a button there that you can click your fingers around and pull out, that's a lot smoother than trying to find that tiny little button and push in so you can pull out and just click, boom, and then it slides out. I was testing it at work today, visualizing in my head of click out, back in. It's clean. I'm okay with it. As long as it works as it's intended.
Yeah. Is everyone still thinking magnetic, right?
Yeah, I think
It's still on the magnetic page, right? Yeah. So it's like a release button.
Yeah. It pulls the magnet away.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Do you guys?
There's actually magnets that if you there's a mechanism with certain I saw
it reminds me of the Hori ones.
If you twist something, the magnet shuts off, and it's not an electromagnet. It's just a physical mechanism. And this could be one of those things where you press that and it turns that physical mechanism it puts it in the way or blocks the signal or somehow, and the magnets can disconnect. Now, I the reason we think electromagnets in general is because of the shipping data suggested that there's electromagnets. The electromagnets might not be on the Joy-Cons side. It might just be on the console side. And some people wonder, well, why would they use electromagnets? It costs electricity. Well, because electromagnets always work. Real magnets actually become demagnetized over time.
It takes a long
time. It's a long time. It's well past the lifespan of what the system's going to be. But, some people are kind of rough with their stuff. Some people shove it in their bags next to cell phones and other shit that might mess with it. Electromagnet doesn't have to worry about that. But I think the electromagnet side would just be on the Switch's side. I think if there's also magnets on this side, not just metal, but actual magnets on both sides, because that actually does create a stronger connection if you have magnets on both sides, that it wouldn't be electromagnets on the Joy-Cons, especially just because, hey, battery life. Little tiny controllers.
I think that makes sense.
So this could be literally a physical disconnect, and that could be why the button's so big, because maybe it's actually a significant press to make it work. So they made it bigger to make it more comfortable to do it.
It reminds me of the Hori. What are they called? Whatever those Joy-Con grips are. It's a little bit. Yeah, the split pads. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger if I remember. I got to put away. It's been a while since I've used them, but that's what it kind of reminds me of.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to figure out which direction that button is going to go. Is that going towards the on that one? Is it going towards the outside of the Joy-Con, or is it going straight down?
Yeah, it's going towards the hump.
It's going towards the hump, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah,
because that's the only place where there's space to capture it. Like it has to go
I think
somewhere.
it's gonna be like going like in and down,
into the hump.
like
Yeah.
in and down.
Hmm.
This is the way I think it's going based on. But we got to remember though that this is obviously a 3D model. We haven't seen it with the real button in.
Mhm.
This is just his guess at what shape that is based on the shape of the curvature of the cutout. Also, to me, I hate to say this, if this is real and legit, and they keep this design and didn't move it and do something else, I think this also pseudo confirms that there is no analog triggers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
There's no room for it.
I mean,
Which
those triggers
But
look basically
once we
identical.
saw this and we saw the way these Joy-Cons look, like these Joy-Con 2s or whatever they call them, it very much looks like it's very similar to the current Joy-Cons. Couple key differences that I hope this, but we'll get to that in a bit. But what's nice about it is that it continuity. It's just they're digital buttons. It is what it is. One thing I wanted to look at because there's obviously some interesting stuff here, like this. Showing a second USB-C port on the top. That is definitely a big difference from the current one because we only have it on the bottom. People speculate what this could be for. One, some people want to plug the cord in from the top when you're in handheld because get it out of your way, right? You don't have to bring it up through your crotchal area to charge your system while you're in handheld.
Or even if you have the
Top mode.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you have the dock flipped out.
And there's a lot of headphones that are USB-C as well.
Yeah, true.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, good point.
Do we think that we're finally using Hall Effect joysticks? So there's no drift.
What are you talking about? There's never drift.
Yeah.
It's a figment of your imagination.
That's that's the only thing I can think about right now.
One thing I do like, and this is just from the render, I honestly don't see, is you see like the control sticks. These look like normal control sticks. That might be hopium on the renderer person for them to be normal control sticks. But these
they do look taller.
They do, yeah. The shell, like if we go back to the actual shell, because we have two legit photos. These do look thicker.
They do, yeah, a little
and
bit.
like these buttons are chonkier.
They're definitely longer.
Yeah, and they're longer. Well, the system's a little bigger, right? So with them being thicker, it is possible. Like if you look at where everything's located, that there could be an actual standard control stick, which isn't the Hall Effect ones that I want, but those are a little bit more expensive. And with Nintendo trying to cut costs everywhere, and by the way, none of the systems come with a standard Hall Effect, like in the box. Your DualSense doesn't have Hall Effect. Your Xbox Series controller doesn't have Hall Effect. You can get them in third-party controllers, but they don't have them. So Nintendo probably also doesn't feel any pressure to do it because, again, no one else is doing it. So why do we have to do this thing? Unless it's a feature we want to tout as a selling point. And I think Nintendo isn't at the point that they think a control stick is a selling point for them. They're going to think the games are a selling point. Or, as we'll get into later, possibly a microphone is a selling point, although we don't see a spot on this thing for a microphone. Well, there actually might be a spot in one of the renders, actually. But I don't know, man. This looks. I gotta say, is anyone disappointed that this basically just looks like a bigger Switch?
No,
that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I love the
fine.
Switch. I just want to play more Switch games, have more power, get more third-party games. I don't want. I was so petrified as a Nintendo fan that we were gonna go from like a 3DS to a Switch, and it was gonna be this crazy thing, and it wasn't gonna be the same. And I'm like, listen, maybe it's not as creative as it could be. Maybe it's not as like ingenuitive and focusing on a fun little gimmick. Like, I don't care. I just want to play more Switch games on a better Switch with a better screen and more power. That's all I want.
Yeah. You know what I would like is a D-pad.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
I really like a D-pad. I'm a big fan of it.
They're gonna go keep the split design because they're keeping
know.
the old two-player controller thing.
And it's
I hate
okay
that.
because third parties will come out and make something.
And
And
the
then,
Pro controller is gonna have
yeah.
a D-pad, obviously.
That'll be interesting to see what the new Pro controller design is like. I think that'll be a little bit more different from the.
I hope it's more like the Wii
Me
U
too.
controller, like 70 hours of battery life, and I love that controller, man. I don't care what anybody says. It's a great controller.
Not pictured here.
Rumble, man.
Are we still on the colored button theory?
Yeah,
I know they're not in there, but
I am. Well,
I
this
could
is-
see colored buttons going great if that's the like final color, like that slightly darker matte black. Colored buttons would look pretty sick.
I
I
will
expect it.
that I don't know if this is like a final. Obviously, this is a prototype or some sort of dev unit from back in October of 2023. But I don't know that looking at this, that is the color. I'm curious how Nintendo does colorings. I don't know if they do full injection molding colorings or if they have just everything's injected the same, and then they have a different. There's other methods to like put color. I'm not gonna say paint. Some of the stuff is obviously painted, like some of the special editions and stuff, but some of the colorways, I do wonder if they're using a coating instead. I don't know if I've never cut a color Joy-Con in half to see if it's colored all the way through.
Sounds like a great video idea.
I'm sure there's one out there. Let me go look.
There's gotta be one cut in half or something somewhere,
Joy-Con
right? Like someone
cut in half. I'm
cut
just
in half.
just Google that.
I'm actually
Joy-Con cut in half.
But-
Yeah, looks like the shell or the whole thing is red all the way through.
Okay, so then they must injection mold the actual color with the plastic.
Yep.
So that's good. But obviously, because the reason I bring this up is there's that rumor about the black and white possible Joy-Cons. And again, this is from October of 2023. So the manufacturing rumor is actually from like 2 days ago and recent from supposedly assembly beginning. This is obviously from October 2023. So obviously things can change. This is obviously like a prototype versus, that's what we're saying. Like what we're seeing here, guys, doesn't necessarily mean it's final, but some of the basic things here are probably final, like the fact of snapping it in with the magnets. That's probably a finalized design. The extra button that you see on the right Joy-Con below the home button, see that little square cutout? That doesn't exist on the current Joy-Cons. That has been a rumor for a while that there was some sort of extra button on the controller, all the way back to the MOBA pad stuff that they put out there. Yet again, another accessory. Seems that Nintendo might have made a mistake giving these accessory people certain access to things. Because
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
sounds like they made a mistake with this, but probably not going to do that again. I hope all you accessory manufacturers enjoyed your 15 seconds of fame. I appreciate it. Thank you for the content, but Nintendo might not invite you next time. But what's that button going to be for? It's square, just like the button on the other side. That's the share and screenshot button. Are they going to separate it out?
Well, one thing that I was talking with a friend earlier today of what that could be potentially is if there is a microphone built into the system, that could be a mute button. Because other controllers that have something built in, you have to be able to toggle if the microphone's on or not. So yeah, someone just said in the chat the button is probably an on and off mic button. I think that's pretty likely.
That would be great, actually.
Yeah. It also depends on where the mic is. Now let's just go around the chat. Do you think it makes more sense for the microphone to be in the? It has to be in the Joy-Con, I guess. Is it in the right Joy-Con? Is it the left Joy-Con?
I think it's on the Switch.
That'd be a pretty powerful microphone to pick up your voice from like all the way on the couch to the TV.
Oh, I think when you dock it, that microphone stops working. And you have to like get an accessory for the Joy-Con, or you have to have a Pro controller that has a mic built into it.
That's a good question, because guys, like I think about this. Whenever I would travel for work, I would prop the Switch up, on the fold down tray on the plane, and then I would connect my Pro controller. So I never used my Joy-Cons, right? And I'm not the only one who games like that. So it would actually make sense for the microphone to be on the actual Switch because, there are other ways of playing it. And so if I'm not using the Joy-Cons, that means I can't use the microphone. I don't know. But then if you flip it around and say, okay, maybe it is in the Joy-Cons, and then it's also going to be in the new Pro controller, right? So it's either or, but it's got to be. It can't be flip-flop like that. They can't just be in the Joy-Cons, but not also in the Pro controller.
I'll also say this. One way they can solve this is they can put the microphone on the Switch for obviously when you're using it in handheld mode. But let's say you take your Joy-Cons off to use them. Well, if you look at this press fit, there's going to have to be a new, what do they call that thing? The Joy-Con grip. There's got to be a new grip to snap those into. They can put a microphone on that grip as well.
Oh,
yeah, that's
I didn't even think about that.
Yes, you put a microphone on that grip that gets powered, obviously, when you connect, through the batteries of the actual Joy-Cons.
That would definitely make it more expensive though, because that would actually have like
Well,
Hard, like decking it.
Dump that into the Hall Effect joysticks.
do we think these microphones are anything other than like some 5-cent
Fair enough.
like yeah. Let's also I'm gonna let Chris come in here and talk for a second. I just want to, before I bring him in, I'm gonna get this new image out. This comes from Family Boards, where they pointed out what everything on like we're seeing here, where all the different components go, because I think that's also interesting to consider when we're looking at the layout of it and considering another topic we're going to get into a bit later. So let me just get this featured up here, and then Chris, go ahead, man. What are your thoughts on all this?
So I do think that extra hole is for a mic. I think it just makes sense to me. It's easy. You have it handy all the time. Even when you're playing handheld, you just have it right there. So I do think that it's for a mic. Now, call me crazy. Is there a chance that you could actually press on the mic to mute it? It doesn't seem really far-fetched to me that something like that could happen.
That's possible. That was possible.
It's on the PS5 controller to mute the mic, so it would make sense. It's a good point, Chris.
Well, he's saying like pressing the mic itself, which is not how the PS5 controller works, but it's close.
Pressing the mic?
Yeah. That's the little button to mute the mic on the DualSense. It's not the microphone. The microphone is like, half a centimeter
so
down.
you're talking about holding down a button to speak into a microphone?
Well, he's saying that hole would be the microphone, and you also press it to mute it.
Yeah, like I know you touch it or you press it to mute it. I think that could work. I mean,
a mute
there's
button.
A lot of microphones
I could see being a mute button for sure.
Yeah,
that would make sense.
Because I don't see how else though. Like, maybe the thing you said about the grip, where you could have the mic on the grip and also on the console, but I think that's just extra steps. I think that could be the mic pretty easily. I don't see why not.
Okay. So we have this image here. I'll make it bigger for people watching the video version. This was put together by somebody over on Family Boards, where they were pointing out like what all the different things are that we're seeing on the board. Because obviously there's missing aspects, like you have the speakers up here at the top on the left and right. Next to that left speaker at the top, you see where probably the SD card reader slot would go in. And you see the USB-C aspect that would be for the dock, and then over to that, to the right of the Joy-Con facing up and down, you see the combo GPU CPU. That's your T239, and then 2 RAM modules that are supposedly 6 gigabytes each. We're getting that into the leaks, so 12 gigabytes total. What's interesting is people have been looking at this combo CPU GPU area, and they've been wondering if they can discern if this is going to be 4 nanometers or not. Or an 8 nanometer chip. They've been getting real down to like counting little individual pins and stuff on the board. It's been insane. People feel pretty confident that this confirms 4 nanometer, but we'll see on that. You see the game card connector down there, which nice thing to note here, guys. There's 1 game cartridge slot. If it's backwards compatible, everything just goes in the 1 slot. So that's pretty cool. The headphone port, yes. Nintendo's keeping it around, baby. Let's go. Keep those 3.5 millimeter jacks alive. Then your other USB-C port, and that's what we saw in the cab models, where there is a USB-C port at the top. And then this little section here that's in the red rectangle towards the middle, that is apparently what they think is the display ribbon cable connector. Obviously, the connector is not actually there. Just all the traces for it match up with the switches one. And then underneath that Joy-Con going up and down is a cooling fan. Still using active cooling. Makes a lot of sense. Probably a much bigger heat sink than we saw on Switch. No explanation, obviously, on any of the new stuff that's on the side, like if these are magnets or stuff on the rails, because we don't know 100% for sure. They'll just be guessing. And then that big giant black area, that's obviously the battery compartment, which I saw Digital Foundry make a comment that hey, that battery compartment is smaller than on the normal Switch, which I think is kind of interesting, because I don't actually think it is smaller than what's on the normal Switch. I think they're not considering that this is bigger, like this is area than the normal Switch. Yeah. Also, I took a look at it based on, I know we don't know the exact thickness, but I went and looked at an opened Switch OLED and its battery compartment without the battery in. It does not look as tall as that. Like the height on this, so the battery's thicker, at least. So take that for what you will. We obviously don't know how big the battery is going to be in this bad boy, but just kind of interesting, I thought, to kind of look at where everything goes on this board, because as far as anyone can tell, what we are looking at is a real prototype of the Nintendo Switch 2.
Parts of one, yeah.
Yeah, parts of one. Obviously, we don't have the screen, but like an accessory manufacturer wouldn't need the screen and all that stuff to get parts ready. You know, they're mostly going to be working on controllers, right? For launch, anyways. Controllers and cases to fit it in, stuff like that.
Here's a question. Now that we see the game card slot, are we still assuming that there's not going to be like a little notch or something? Like, are they going to be slightly bigger?
It's gonna be a
I
3DS
can't
thing.
exactly tell.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the 3DS and DS.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, card reader's not there for us to know, but backwards compatibility has been like so many insiders and so many people have said it's happening. So I think it's just going to be a little notch, or if it's not a notch, it is possible that it could take two different sizes.
Yeah.
Either that, or you could just do something as simple as like if you take a Switch 2 game and you plop it in the Switch just says, "Hey, this is not compatible with this device."
You need to go
Like,
back.
yeah, that doesn't work.
Here's a list of your favorite retailers.
Go spend a couple $100.
They finally
Spend
enabled
$400.
the browser. They finally enabled the web browser on Switch just to make sure you can click through and buy a Switch 2.
Yeah, like I think this is great for us to be able to see this picture and everything. But again, this is by no means final.
Yeah.
But I think this is a correct cutout of what we're going to see. But I still think,
it's
as far as the color, I think we're going to get colored buttons. I think those exist for a reason. They exist in Switch game menus for a reason. There's definitely a lot of reasons why we would have colored buttons in that case, and also to differentiate it from Switch One.
And then this entire board could be completely different than what we're actually getting. You know, it's not hard to redesign the board.
Yeah, they could be moving the layout of things around. We're going to hear like a rumor on specs today that lines up very, very well with a lot of shipping information. And in there is this thing of two fans. In this, we obviously only see a spot for one. Maybe there is two in the final design, but there was only one at the time a year ago. Or maybe that one's in the dock. We don't really know, right? There's been a lot of speculation about being in the docks.
I hope so. I'm a big
that's
fan
a good
of it.
idea.
I would love for both fans to be on the system, because if both fans are on the system, that means when this thing is in docked mode, they are boosting the fuck out of it.
I think it's gotta be. In my mind, like there's no way it's.
Well, that's why
there isn't a fan.
if we go back to I'll switch it up back to the CAD designs where it shows the vent at the top. What I think is interesting when we look at let's see here, let's get this one up where we got the vent shown. It is on this one right here. They would have to redesign the top a little bit if they're going to have two vents at the top, right? So if you're going to have like a fan over here and a fan over here, maybe they bring this USB-C more to the center and the headphone jack to the center, and whatever this thing is here. I don't know. I think it's a screw place.
Yeah, if you look at my Switch, there it is a screw on the actual
Okay,
Switch.
okay, so that's a screw spot. That's fine. But they could literally get rid of this, move this over here, and then have a vent here and a vent here, and then literally have two fans with two heat sinks. It's not that hard to actually redesign this top to kind of move it around. So
sure.
Or you channel it all to one.
Yeah, you can also use channels to one. There's some laptops that do that where they have like little channels that push it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just find this all to be just really, really interesting, just looking around. Obviously, the whole point of the 3D models is trying to recreate what this actually looks like when it's all completely put together. It's not going to be perfect, and there's a little wonkiness with some of it, but it's just a guy. Like this is kind of cool looking at like the dimension comparisons to the original Switch. I mean, it's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And personally, I'm excited for that. I've been playing a lot of
like this next to the normal Switch.
Be more along the lines of the Steam Deck and stuff.
I've been playing a lot of Steam Deck recently.
Look at that.
And it's how thick it is that makes it weigh a lot, not necessarily the size. And so I think that the fact that the screen is obviously substantially bigger, but it's not as thick as a Steam Deck, that's what's really exciting me in terms of its size. I like my handhelds big. I personally, my 3DS XL, I vastly prefer that over any other kind of DS. I know there's some people that prefer things to be more pocket sized, but the bigger the screen, the better for me. And so this is an improvement in my book.
Yeah, and I look at the side on here of these, where they have obviously the connection points. Like the little hole below the connection point is obviously like a screw hole. And I actually wonder, like, at the top of that right one, is that like the sync button? Did they put it there instead of in the middle?
I mean, I'm looking at my Joy-Con right now, like trying to compare it, and it seems like that's the only thing that's comparable in size to what it is, which would make more sense because if you're holding it, instead of going to the middle to sync, you would just go here on the edge, I guess. Which is another question I had of like, I know the rail system isn't compatible, but do you think we'll still be able to pair old Joy-Cons with the Switch for the sake of multiplayer and just be like, oh, I have all these old Joy-Cons, let me connect them all up, but I can't slide them on.
That would make sense.
100%.
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
'cause these Skyward Sword ones are pretty sick, and I don't want to get rid of them.
Well,
guys think
remember,
it's
they're
gonna-
releasing
it's gonna
that
be-
accessory charge to charge your stuff.
That's true.
And this could be why.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what it's for. Isn't that coming out soon here?
Yeah, like October, November.
October, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
What if they're revealing something in October that suddenly people are panicking over all the old Joy-Con, and they're like, "Don't worry, we have this thing coming out for you." Chris, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, since it seems to be a bit bigger overall, do you guys think it's gonna be more comfortable? Because I do get numb, my fingers numb when I'm playing on my Joy-Cons. Think it's gonna be better because
I'm
it's
getting
a little bit bigger.
If they didn't make these more because these might not be final designs, so there could be more ergonomics to it on the back, or they can add some chunkiness. But if they don't, and this is the final design, it looks like it's thicker than the original Joy-Con, but it wasn't the thickness that was necessarily a problem. It's that like our hands aren't flat like that when we're wrapping our hands around a controller. I'm probably still gonna get a grip.
Let's be real. It's not going to be comfortable at all. Come on. No way.
No, but we all put up
Not at
for
all.
7 years. It's fine. It's fine.
Especially if that hump on the back is even bigger. Ooh.
Yeah. If
That's
they're
my
doing it 'cause the
hopium.
design looks good. That's all it is. It just looks good.
Yeah, I hope it's more comfortable because like I have the Nitro deck
Yeah. same.
and
Oh,
I have it because it's not comfortable to play for me. Like it literally just digs in right into my hand right here. And I just don't like it between typing all day and just using your hands all day when you play video games for the amount of hours that we do too, especially if you're reviewing games. It's like, dude, I need something comfortable. And I will sacrifice the HD rumble because the Nitro deck doesn't have good rumble. The rumble actually feels like
It's kind of
it feels very last
mild.
gen. Yeah, and I'm not the only one who thinks that. I've read it on Reddit. A lot of people feel that way. So the rumble's not good, but I sacrifice it for the comfortability. So I'm hoping that they do fix this with the new Switch. I think that's a small ask for a lot of people, right? Just make it a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Please
I don't
do.
know if they're going to. I can understand if they don't, because again, look, this looks sleek. You just look at it, it just from a visual standpoint, it does look just sleek the way it's designed. But like I kept thinking, like, because I don't play a ton in handheld anymore. I'm trying to hold this. I'm trying to remember how I did it before I would put a grip on. And I'm like, oh, I think I just put it in and let it dig into my palms. But here's the problem. If I need to use the right stick, it's like
yeah.
it hurts. So then I'm like,
I hate
It's
this
like for kids'
finger
hands.
thing.
so then I'd hold it out like this, and I'm like, well, now I just got like all this space. I need something for my hand to grip onto it. So that's why you get a grip.
Yeah.
But I could look if they think it just looks sleeker, and look, accessory manufacturers will also be extremely happy if Nintendo does this again. And honestly, Nintendo might look at it as, hey, yeah, we know it's not the most comfortable design, but it is really comfortable when you're holding it sideways and you're using it like that.
Yeah.
So that's what, for maximum compatibility, it might be awkward if we throw that on there. So just let the accessory makers do it. And you know what? It didn't stop people from buying Switch.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
exactly.
This isn't the days of Mad Cats making controllers.
With fans, you remember those?
Yeah, their controllers were so bad. Like when a friend comes over, you always give them the Mad Cats controller. They never get the first party controllers. We all know that. So like those days are gone, honestly. I mean, look at how many great accessory manufacturers we have. Like all of my old school controllers for like Super Nintendo and Nintendo, they're all 8-bit though. 8-bit though is great. So there's tons of good stuff out there.
Dude, 8-bit though makes a really good PC controller too, guys. It does way better than the Xbox controller does.
I like the Retro Fighters
really?
controllers a lot.
Retro Fighters is great too. I got their
Phenomenal.
64 controller.
But it's not even that. Like I could just start naming them off. Like Ghoulie Kit, they have Hall sensing sticks and everything.
Yep.
Their controllers are fantastic. Then even the Nyko ones out there are pretty good. They're not like a piece of crap they used to be. They're actually solid. You guys all know the Hori pads. Those are some of the most popular ones out there. They get all the official licensing from Nintendo. Like, people go and buy those all the time at like GameStops and Walmarts. And so like, I can see where Nintendo might not just care about the ergonomics because they're just like, hey, it doesn't matter. We don't care. You're going to put this in a grip and play it on your TV. And that's going to feel good because our grip's going to be ergonomic. Kind of funny that they made even the grip for the Switch. Notice how they didn't just say slide it on and play. They added ergonomics to the grip. It's like Nintendo knows these are not that ergonomic. They do not feel good in the hands.
Yeah.
But hey, that's where third parties come in. They have cheap ones for $20 all the way up, to expensive ones. I just think they just go, hey, people didn't really mind the first time. And if you play for a short session on the go without a grip, it's fine.
Yeah. You'll be okay.
It's fine for a short session. A lot of people aren't like some of us where maybe we're in our bed and handheld for 3 hours playing a game. Most people on the go are playing it for short little 20-minute spurts, and they put it on their TV when they get home. So, and for kids, the kids have small hands. I've never seen my kids complain about the Joy-Cons.
That's the thing, right? Like,
I got three different age group of kids. None of them care.
Yeah, my daughter doesn't care
matter at all. So,
well, let me ask you this:
Same.
if we get a microphone on the controller, are we gonna get a remake of Seaman?
I sure hope so.
That would be fun.
I still have dreams about that game.
Or hey, you Pikachu for it.
Right? Yeah, that'd be good.
There you go. Odama. We'll bring back Odama.
Hey, that's a deep
That's a
cut.
good mention.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut. There you go, man.
yeah, we are really going with deep cuts right now. What is happening?
I've got my complete
All the
box copy of
microphone games
Odama
were
right
deep
here.
cuts. Wow.
Oh my god,
Nice.
he just pulled it out. Normally it's Steve pulling out the.
Yeah, that's a nice nice one to have for your collection, man.
Yeah,
Very
so
good.
this is an interesting one. So I just bought like a random batch of games a long time ago, and this just came in there. And honestly, I got this like 9 years ago. I didn't even know what it was at the
Yeah.
time. But this is a Nintendo published game on the GameCube where you use a microphone to control a army, and there's also like a ball. It's also a pinball game. So this is a bizarre game, and I couldn't get it to work on my Wii, but there it is, Odama. Yeah, what we're looking for is Odama coming back with a microphone on the system.
You never know. I mean, that kind of game feels like it could fill like an endless ocean slot in the calendar.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's another thought. If we're getting a microphone, are we thinking like 3DS type microphone where you just like use it to blow into and do stuff in a game, or microphone that you can talk into and is kind of legible? Because if there's a microphone
It would
that
have to be that.
you can talk into that you understand, it would imply that we're finally getting rid of that pesky Nintendo Switch Online app, and you don't need that to talk to people to play games anymore.
Nick,
But
I'm
I
glad you
love
brought
that
that
app.
up. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because when I read about the microphone, I thought about that, and I've failed to say anything, and I'm glad you said something. What do you guys all think? Because I think that would be really nice. Like if you could actually do chat through the microphone. I
Yeah,
mean, it makes sense, right?
It's something that should already be there
I
in my
know.
mind. We shouldn't like be like, well, will it be there? So I would hope so, but
Yeah, well, so we keep talking about the microphone, right? Which comes from our next topic. So we're gonna kind of transition there because there was this thing here. So the same website that had all this stuff, right, which was a social media website in China, also had some specs. Now it's not from the exact same person, so the accuracy may vary as it says. But the thing is, they provided all these little things here, all these little demarcations of like what the parts are and the numbers and all that stuff, and it actually lines up with real shit. So That's why people are like really excited about some of these specs, because it seems like this stuff here, like the game console, the left Joy-Con, right Joy-Con, the dock, the HGU. This is in the shipping data information. So like we know that that's what these are. So that's really interesting. Obviously, could have took it from that shipping data, but some of the stuff we didn't know. As an example, the CPU plus GPU, people don't realize that this GML X30-R-A1, it basically confirms that it's the T239. Because if you go all the way back to the 2022 NVIDIA leak, the T239 chip was codenamed Gimli and GML. Just like the Odin chip for Switch 1, the Tegra X1 was codenamed Odin, and in all the reference material for the actual system, it's called ODN. So this basically confirms that the T239 is the chip, which is really, really exciting. And then we have the memory module. This is your RAM, and it looks like it's two 6 gig dual channel LPDDR5X RAM at 7,500 mega transfers per second, which, by the way, is the fastest that RAM can run at. So the fact that Nintendo might be running it at the fastest rates, that's always exciting to see. They're not cutting it back due to heat or something else. Might be because down here it says dual cooling fans. They don't have to cut it back. Possibly. The copper gaming heatsink, of course. This is where we get to some of this reconfirmation of something we've heard before. 256 gigabytes of internal storage. I think that's okay. I'd like more, obviously, but keep it realistically at a price that's not $700. We should have the 256. And it's running at 2,100 megabytes per second, which I do think I did some research. It looks like the Switch's internal runs at 300 megabytes per second. So this is way faster than that. This is starting to get up into not like Gen 3, Gen 4 NVMe speeds, but like Gen 1, Gen 2, which is that's a significant bump up from what was in Switch. So it is faster, which for those developers that like to take advantage of faster storage, that could matter. It's also notable that if the Switch 2 does support the new standard coming out or it's actually already out, the Express fast standard for the micro SD cards, they also can get read and write speeds that kind of start to creep up to this. So that might be not required, but it might be suggested by Nintendo that you get those ones, but they are more expensive. Obviously, it's a newer technology. They see the audio chip, NFC reader. Hey, Amiibo supports back, no surprise. And this is where we got the microphone thing, built-in microphone. And this is the model of the mic. Then you got your cooling fans. They're using DisplayPort to HDMI. It supports HDMI 2.1 output, so that's like 4K. Yeah. And the T239, I'll put this up right now from Char. He mentioned that I told you that the T239 was confirmed to have been taped out. Yeah. It was definitely taped out. Taped out means it's ready to go. It's been taped out for a while. So like, yeah, they've been able to make this for a long time if they wanted to do it. When we go back into some of the stuff, thank you for the $5, by the way, Char. We have our microcontroller chip as well. This checks out with parts when you look it up. The video game console protective case model. This is obviously just the shell. And then you have your speakers, which they don't give a lot of information on, but it's 2-channel stereo, which is I believe the same as Switch. Doesn't mean they're not better speakers than Switch, but there's not enough information here for us to really know. Obviously, what people really want. What people really want is like, how powerful is this thing? And it's still going to be we ain't going to know till Nintendo shows us kind of thing. Like, that's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
But what does any part of this excite you guys?
Those are all really big numbers, and I don't know what any of it means, but it sounds good, so I'm excited.
Yes. Chris, you got any thoughts?
It has more RAM than the Series S.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yes, it does. And it's using like the fastest
that's pretty
version
exciting,
of that RAM.
actually.
It actually is really exciting. Yeah, they've been having some issues. The Series S, as people complain about some of the RAM issues, because you guys don't know, these consoles use a shared pool of RAM for system RAM and for the GPU. On a PC, it's different. You have dedicated GPU RAM, so you have your VRAM, and then you have your system RAM. They're two separate things. So consoles have to share a pool. So it's kind of interesting how they kind of swap all that stuff around. I think obviously the microphone's like the biggest new thing we saw on this whole thing was obviously, hey, it's going to have a microphone. We've been talking about a microphone. There's obviously lots of uses for a microphone, whether it's voice chat with the NSO as we were bringing up, or whether it's like, certain game things. There's going to be a game where you suck and blow. It is what it is.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I was about to say it, man. Somebody had
I thought that was
say it.
every
Come on.
game that you played.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's lick. I lick before I put it into my Switch.
Don't do that.
Dude, I'm worried about my kids. I'm worried about my dog. I want to make sure there's extra layers of disgusting.
I'm concerned for you.
Oh, slightly off topic. Are they going to change the flavor of the Switch 2 cartridges?
That's a great question.
Ooh.
Give it
That
a
is
little,
good
give it a
question.
little, just a little something extra.
Add a little
Apple
spiciness
cinnamon.
to it. A little spiciness to it.
Yeah, instead of just being gross, it burns your tongue.
Yeah, they just swath it in Carolina Reaper juice.
I got a little bit of thoughts on the specs there.
Sure. What do you got?
12 gigs. I mean, who's not excited about that?
That's good.
Series S is 8.
Yeah,
getting
dude,
12.
12 gigs in hand. Like, I know, guys, people are gonna be like, but the Steam Deck is 16. Okay, cool. Good for them.
Yeah,
They're using
exactly.
They're literally not using ARM and NVIDIA. They're using a completely different tech.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's completely different architecture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, super excited about that. And then, we've talked about it before on a previous podcast, but I think we were discussing like how much RAM would be reserved for the OS, right? And I think we were talking about
2 gigabytes.
maybe one. Well,
What?
with Nintendo, I think it's going to be less than what you'd expect from PlayStation and Xbox. I mean, look at their OS.
Yeah.
Look how many things are going on and how well it runs, and then compare it to like just say
1.2.
the Switch OS. Yeah, I think it's going to be less. So I think that devs are going to have more RAM to play with, which is obviously a very good thing. The internal storage, guys, who cares? If they need to keep it low, for real, if they need to keep it low in order to have a lower price, so we can build the user base and get more games on the console long term, hey, all for it, all day. We all know we're going to upgrade our internal storage.
Yeah.
I did that for my PS5.
Yeah, I did it for PS5 as soon as
I did it day one.
I was on their beta for it to test it out, and I did it immediately. Like I already had my memory. I already had it ordered.
Same.
And so obviously we're going to be doing that. At the same time, we don't know what the storage is going to be like on these Switch cartridges, because obviously, I mean, there's, like
they have to be. I mean, we're getting like games like Call of Duty on there. I mean, those are hundreds of gigabytes now. We're gonna have to compress them down, but
yeah, that's the thing, is that they're always compressed. Like, what is the largest game? Isn't it like 30 gigs? Didn't we talk about this like a week or two ago?
Yeah,
on Switch. Like, was it Tears of the Kingdom is like
the largest Nintendo published one?
Yeah, it's like 30 gigs.
I think it was Tears of the Kingdom.
I've got something on mine that's
most of them are pretty compressed down. So
Tears of the Kingdom. It was Tears of the Kingdom at 18.2. That was Nintendo.
18, right?
So
yeah. So think about that. And even if, like, for example, I just downloaded. I think it was Night in the Woods. Want to try that game out?
Yeah,
it's on PlayStation Plus, and it says you want to download it for PS5 or PS4. Choose PS5. PS4 is like 8 point something gigs. PS5 is like 1.8 gigs. Like,
oh wow,
huge difference.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so you always got to look at that too. Is that a lot of these file sizes are going to be smaller on the Switch too. So 256 may seem really small, but for the Switch, it's not. For obviously for like a PlayStation or Xbox, that's completely inadequate. But again, it's inexpensive also. It's very inexpensive to upgrade your internal storage.
It's cheaper than it's ever been right now. Prices
Yeah.
are pretty good.
It is. So totally cool with that. Built-in microphone again. Hey, we'll see what that's all about. It's not a make or break for me, but if that's something Nintendo wants to do, great. And I'm sure Nintendo first-party titles will use it. And if it's used for chat, that's cool. I would like that a lot. I think everybody would.
Yeah.
Gigabyte Ethernet. So that is cool that there's the Ethernet, since that's only on the
OLED.
Switch OLED. So I'm glad that's coming standard. And as far as the dual cooling fans, I think that's really cool. And I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah.
As long as it's quiet. And that's really important. If it's really loud, it's not going to be fun.
Yeah.
But you want it to be cool. You don't want it to be
it needs to
steamy. You don't want it to be steamy like a Steam Deck, right?
The dock, obviously, when it's docked is when it's going to be most important. I don't think it's going to be loud though.
I don't think so either. I don't think Nintendo would do that.
No.
You know, we're not. This isn't a projector here. We're not like trying to make sure it's not a super loud fan.
It's funny. We just talked about this.
Yeah.
I don't know how loud it's going to be. Here's the thing. Be as loud as you need to be to give me the performance that I want, and I'm good. Like, the biggest thing with this platform is something that isn't even part of these leaks or anything, is that DLSS. You know, we brought this up before. Like, that's going to be the game changer. And I know some people try to down talk it, and I'm like, I don't think you understand. There's never been a platform in existence designed specifically where every goddamn game's using it. Like, every game that comes on this platform is going to be using DLSS. I don't care if you're indie. I don't care if you're AAA. Every game's using DLSS because it's extra performance for their games. They're going to use it. They're going to down the resolutions and bring them back up with DLSS. They're going to do it. It's just going to happen. I know it exists on PC. I got a 4080 Super over here. I love DLSS. It's awesome. But also, most games don't use it or even have an option to use it. And even when you go to use it, there's like different ways you could use it and different things you can turn on and off. All games are basically going to use this the exact same way on Nintendo Switch 2. And so, yeah, I want things to be clocked up as high as possible, even despite that. Absolutely. But I think the big thing, and this might be why there's a second fan, and I've talked about this, DLSS has dedicated cores that nothing else uses. And those cores might literally just be turned off until you're in docked mode. And that's why they need a second fan to cool down, extra cooling out for those cores.
Yeah.
So, like, I do think DLSS will be an option in handheld. I think it's going to be like a lot of, if you look at Switch, they have different power profiles they give developers. So they can choose, like, hey, I'll use a certain power profile that kicks on the second fan, gives us a little bit better clocks. So let's just use the, ray tracing capabilities or the DLSS capabilities. But you're going to obviously lower, you can only play your game for like an hour and a half instead of the 2.5 hours that we want it to be. But that's your choice if you want to turn that on. And they didn't have that at launch. At Switch, they had like one power profile in handheld, one for dock. And then as it went on, they actually enabled higher clocks for devs at different power profiles over time if they wanted to, not care about maximizing battery life. And I think that could be a situation here where maybe it's even out the gate. Like, hey, you want Elden Ring to look like it's a kick-ass medium setting PC version running at 1080p in handheld instead of running, on like maybe lower settings at 1080p. Shit, man, we'll give you the higher clocks for it. Don't worry.
The DLSS it's a big deal. I mean,
huge.
I have hyped it up. AI upscaling technology is pretty massive, and I think people disregard it because it's not used in a lot of games for PC.
But they don't understand it, Brandon.
This is custom for Switch too. Like, this is going to be DLSS or maybe Nintendo's version of DLSS, kind of like there's PSSR. It's basically FSR, but Sony's version. There'll probably be like a Nintendo specific version of DLSS that is custom designed just for this hardware.
Yeah,
this hardware alone. It's going to run more efficient than just basic DLSS that they apply to all their cards. No, this is specific to what Nintendo wants to do with it. And I think people are going to be. Here's the thing. People are going to be shocked because they're not either. They're going to wonder, why does this game look so fucking good on this system? And that's it.
Yep.
We're going to know it's DLSS. We're going to know, but Nintendo won't even mention it. Like how Sony's advertising, with the PlayStation 5 Pro. Oh yeah, we got PSSR. I bet you in all the marketing for Nintendo Switch 2, they don't even use the word DLSS. They don't even bring it up.
I guarantee 95% of Switch 2 users won't even know what it is.
They'll just say Switch 2 upscales your Switch games to 1080p or 4K. They'll just tell you what the result is. They're not going to tell you how it happened.
Yeah. This is what we talked about before too with DLSS and AI. I think a majority of people are not going to understand AI and its capabilities and what it's all about for a long time. And it's going to be very similar to how when the internet came out, America Online, and it took people a long time to accept it and to understand what it meant and to understand why I can't pick up the telephone if I'm on the internet right now because I'll get disconnected. There's a lot of hurdles there. And if you live through it, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm seeing so many similarities with AI. And it's like that quote from, and you guys might have to help me with this movie quote, from Batman Begins, talking about how you always fear what you don't understand. People fear AI because they don't understand.
They do. Yeah.
And also because it will take jobs, and it already is.
Yeah.
So there are some legitimate reasons for it.
But so did the internet,
Yeah, they disregard AI though. And I think what we're going to get with DLSS is going to be huge. And how long's Nintendo been working with NVIDIA on this? Haven't we known about this for rumored for a couple of years?
2 years at least.
Yeah, at least
I've talked about it since.
Yeah, like 2 years already. Yeah.
Yeah,
it feels proprietary.
NVIDIA leaks in summer of 2022 is when we had our first oh shit.
Yeah.
But they probably were working on it before then, right? So
I think so too.
Oh, I'm sure, 100%.
So like you were saying, Nate, and I just want to say I agree. I think this is going to feel very much like proprietary DLSS for Nintendo in the same way that Sony is calling the PS5 Pro, the super whatever it is resolution, super spectral resolution. I think it's very much going to be similar, but Nintendo has been working with NVIDIA on this for a while. I think to have it customized for their console. This isn't just their normal DLSS. It's not the DLSS that I'm using to play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on my PC.
No.
At 4K 60. It's not that, but that's damn good.
Yeah.
So the fact that that's that good gets me excited to see what Nintendo has.
Same.
Sure.
It's going to be called NSSR.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, you stole that joke from me. I was gonna say we're gonna have Nisser instead of Sir.
I think we'll hear the name of it.
I don't want to say either of those things.
We'll talk about. I think developers will talk about it. I just don't think Nintendo. I'll say this: I don't think Nintendo will use it in their marketing.
Yeah,
but they might talk about it in developer interviews and stuff. They might bring it up because they brought up FSR in developer interviews before. So They will bring it up. It'll just be, it won't be something they're pushing in their commercials. It's not going to be on the box, something like that. They'll probably slap 4K on the box. I can see them doing that. Is it realistic? No, but it's not going to be native 4K. But people won't be able to tell. That's the whole point. We don't want you to really be able to tell a difference unless it's actually side by side and you're pixel peeping. So it's kind of like PlayStation 5. They put 8K on the box, and it was what do you do? You can put 8K Blu-rays, I guess. 8K Blu-rays. There are some indie games that do run at 8K, but it's come on. It's not. It's such a minute thing. You shouldn't even. It's just another thing to slap on the box. Maybe Nintendo doesn't even put 4K on the box. They might not need to. Because then people might think in handheld is 4K. So then maybe they don't put 4K on the box. But I do think all this stuff today is so exciting. Look, we didn't get the announcement from Nintendo that a lot of us wanted, right? We wanted them to be hey, Switch 2 is being announced tomorrow or something, right? That's what we all want. And who knows how Nintendo's going to announce Switch 2 or when they're going to do it. But think about this. We got real manufacturing leaks. Like this is we got to see images of a prototype that has near final features on it. So that's exciting today. We had the manufacturing leaks 2 days ago. We didn't even talk about all of that, like the U-shaped kickstand and the black and white Joy-Cons, what that could be. And what was the, I'm already forgetting. Dude, I'm in a whirlwind today with today's stuff. I'm already forgetting the yesterday stuff. Game Junction, was that your video? Was that the last one you made?
Yeah.
What was the other stuff from that manufacturing leak? Trying to remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I had it pulled up.
Yes, guys, we just hit a nice. By the way, that means I have to chug a beer. Thank you so much, chat.
I'm trying to find it.
Nice.
You're gonna chug a beer right now?
I have to chug a beer right now. Yeah, for 69.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
the chat's keeping track of the because I can't show it on screen during the podcast. So it's like, oh yeah, we hit 69. Anyways, let's see here. It's ice cold too, by the way. It's gonna be a cold chug.
all right.
So did you? Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the other stuff was. There was the U-shaped
Yeah, I was trying to.
black and white Joy-Cons, but those weren't even like the biggest parts of it. I know that the system was obviously larger than the normal Switch, which we already saw that with the CAD stuff. Ah, man, why am I drawing a blank on this, man?
I am too.
Living.
What are we talking about?
The leaks from 2 days ago.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank too.
I'm just like going on the gaming leaks and Reddit subreddit, see if I can find it. Should be. Come on, man. Where are these damn leaks? Okay, I'm getting somewhere close. Let's see here.
Today.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. The biggest thing from that was, remember that we learned it's called Switch 2.
Oh yeah.
That was like the big thing from it. Like, there's a Switch logo on the back with a slightly bigger 2 next to it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Like, first off, if that's the name, which I'm happy. I'm very happy over here. This is a happy Nintendo Prime. There's the personal reason that obviously we do really well in Switch 2 search results with that branding. But setting that aside, I've been saying for years, stop over complicating it. Switch 2, it's boring and it works. Why do you think the iPhone 16 is what they're calling it after the 15? Why do you think it's the PlayStation 5 over the 4? And the next one's going to be, guess what? The PlayStation 6. Why do you think companies do this? Why do you think they use numbers? Because it's boring and consumers understand it. You don't have to explain anything extra. They see Switch 2 label on the box, even if the damn thing looks identical to a Switch OLED. They will know what that product is. No questions that they see new on the box, like Nintendo's old branding. New what? New color? New screen? New what? What are we talking about? They see a Super? Oh man, I love the Super Switch, right? Super Nintendo, second favorite console of all time. But it's like Super Nintendo, Super Switch. Sounds really good to me. Nostalgic as hell.
Yeah.
I told my kids, hey, what do you guys think of the Super Switch? You mean the Switch OLED, Dad? Like you have? No, the Super Switch. What are you talking about? And it's just not a good brand. It's just not a good brand. It's not. You still got to explain what it is, right? Switch 2, you don't got to explain it. Everyone just knows that's what's next.
Here's what I'll say.
Badass Switch.
I've seen a lot of people complain, and I know we kind of talked about it already, of this being like the boring way of like, Switch 2 is a boring name. The Switch 2 being just a bigger version of the Switch is boring. It's like such a PlayStation move, such an Xbox move. Ugh. And here's the thing. If the console's boring, that's fine, because what matters is that Nintendo Switch has games. And the other two consoles don't necessarily have exclusive games. So
that's the mic drop.
So
Nintendo
rude.
Switch has games.
It's true.
That's what I got.
Switch 2 is gonna have
By the way,
a lot
Nintendo average publishing one game a month the entire Switch. It's not a year. Not for one single year, the entire generation for nearly 8 years in a row.
It's really amazing. I
Right.
mean, like their
Like,
catalog of games is crazy. Because my only goal was to collect all the first party games.
which
And
turned
I
out to
still
be a
don't-
big goal.
It's a
pretty
big
hard,
goal.
yeah.
So
I'm doing
I'm
that
about
myself.
halfway there. Yeah.
And with Switch 2, with better AAA third-party support,
Yeah.
you get twice. Nintendo Switch 2 has twice as many games, times 2 games.
I hope so. Yeah. I really hope library goes up.
You know, for all of
Yeah, it
us
just makes
who
sense.
were around for, let's say the N64 era, right? And you look at how many first party titles we got over those years and how spread out they were. I mean, you guys could literally just take a look at it. Look at the calendar. To go from that just to what we have now with Switch is insane to get a Nintendo published title every month for how many years?
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be 8 years in March. Like, this is insane. So just going, like, we had really, really great support during the Super Nintendo era, right? But gaming still wasn't as mainstream then.
Yeah.
But from the Cube, or from 64 to then the GameCube, where we had a lot of third-party support fall off, and we did with 64, because again, Nintendo decided to go with cartridges instead of CDs. Again, why we didn't get Final Fantasy VII, but that's going to be made right with Switch 2. I'm almost positive of that. But there was just so much fall off, and same thing with Nintendo, man. Like, we'd have these huge pockets of time where we just wouldn't get any games, and it would be like radio silence from them. And I think what's really helped, and I'm sure you guys will all agree, is the fact that, you know, they joined the handheld and the console. It became one. You know, they closed down the handheld development building and brought it all under one roof. How many years ago was that? Do you guys remember? Was it like 2014, 13 when they decided to make it all one division?
Yeah, it was around.
Oh, from
maybe-
EAD to
Yeah,
EPD?
14, 15.
Or what are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Are you
Yeah,
talking about
14, 15, right?
Held and
Yeah.
home consoles together, same building.
Yeah, when they decided to put it all under one roof.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
It was around that time.
it was around that time. Yeah, I don't remember the exact year, but they did it during the Wii U era.
Yeah, that was a huge move. Like, very, very forward thinking. Like, Nintendo, it seems like they knew what they were going to do, right? Like, hey, we're going to be exiting out of the exclusive handheld, and we're going to be making a hybrid console. Like, I wonder how long ago they knew that to actually close down the entire handheld. When I say close it down, but move it all under one roof, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about, but I think that has really helped to make what we're seeing today, where we're getting a game a month from Nintendo.
Which is
Because that would
crazy.
never happen if they had to support a handheld too, an exclusive handheld. There's no way. Best case scenario, we'd get a Nintendo DS game a month and a Switch game a month. Best case scenario, every other month. But now we get it all on one thing because it's handheld and home console.
It's nice. Like, when people talk about, hey, can Switch 2 be as successful as Switch? The funny thing is, I've seen a huge narrative where some people are saying, like, they think it'll be bigger. And I kept wondering, like, why do people think it'll be bigger? I keep wondering about that. And it's like, I think it comes down to the fact that the one thing Switch didn't have that could have potentially kept some people away is it didn't have all the third parties. And if you truly believe Switch 2 is, like, I've been on this train for a while. I think Switch 2 is getting GTA 6.
I mean, like, it's got to get things like Madden and all the big stuff coming out that people want every single year. It's got to.
My big thing is, I hope they wrote a fat check and they have GTA 6, because you know what? Nintendo bought that port studio recently in the US. I wonder if they bought them to throw at Rockstar and be like, they will port GTA 6. This is their job. Here they are. Let them port GTA 6. I'm telling you right now, if GTA 6 is on this thing, day one, 60 FPS running at a crisp 1080p on this system, Switch 2 is selling 200 million units. It might be the de facto way people choose to play GTA over a PlayStation.
Let me ask you guys this.
Chris, 60 FPS, 1080p anywhere with an 8-inch screen, variable refresh rate, HDR10.
Yeah.
So, dude, it's
If it ain't HDR10 plus, I'm out.
Do
it'll
we
be
get
10, hopefully 10 plus.
do we get GTA 5 first though?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we do too.
I think they drop it maybe around launch, just
do
to kind of just to like reintroduce us to a more modern GTA, and then boom, GTA 6 day one.
Yeah, and Rockstar's totally down with bringing GTA 5 to another new
Get
console.
GTA 5 on another thing, baby.
You're trying to beat Resident
Yeah,
Evil
sure.
4 for the record, probably.
Yeah,
In modern-
yeah, for
in
sure.
Or Skyrim's.
Skyrim's up there too. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd have to look into that, but I expect GTA 5, and I do expect Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, for sure. I think so.
They released Red Dead 1 for a reason on Switch this late in the life cycle. I expect Red Dead 2 running at 60 FPS. And I've said this
Easy.
before. I think the other consoles, PlayStation and Xbox, will get a performance patch. Or I think they'll get an upgrade path. Let me say that. An
Oh,
upgrade
yeah.
path.
I think so too.
And then they'll have a dedicated release for Red Dead 2 as well for the people who don't own it. And I think that'll all happen around the same time, which hopefully is right around lunchtime, or at least launch window. Red Dead 2 is going to be sick, though. I'm
Yeah,
a
that'd
big
be
fan of
awesome.
Red Dead.
Me too.
I live in the Old West. I literally do. I have a saloon down the street from me. I got horses everywhere.
Let me speak into existence because it needs to be brought to modern platforms. I would love to see Red Dead Revolver brought back around.
Now-
Something done with it.
Red Dead Revolver wasn't an interesting developer part of that.
I don't know other than
I also know that Red Dead Redemption 2, they did attempt a Switch port.
Because remember, Rockstar bought that from somebody. Did you know that?
no, I actually did not know
They
that.
bought Red Dead Revolver. It was
Oh,
this game-
Angel Studios.
Yeah. So this game
Yeah.
was being developed and it got pretty far from what I remember. And remember, guys, this is like decades ago, but they didn't have enough money anymore. I think they went out of business. So Rockstar came in. We're like, yeah, we'll buy that. Like we'll finish the game. And they did. And it became what it is today.
It became Rockstar San Diego.
Yeah.
Is what they rebranded it to.
Wild, huh? But
That's
yeah,
crazy.
they
I
bought
didn't
that
know
property. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good property. It's gone far for them.
Seriously, yeah.
Yeah.
Great pickup.
Yeah, for real. They are knocking out of the water with their stuff. So
But that's the thing. Like the path to me to 200 mil is all the big third-party games got to be there. The next FromSoft game got to be there. I think Square Enix is already a shoo-in. They've already talked about how, we brought it up earlier. They're so disappointed.
Yeah.
They are not happy with the sales of their AAA games right now. They're just not. And you know what? You're not on the industry leader. Can I just say that out loud right now? Switch is the industry leader. I don't know why we pretend
is.
otherwise. Why are we
Definitely
pretending?
is 100%.
Every time I bring it up and people act like I got to be quiet about it and silent a little bit. No, Switch is 143 million. By the time we're done with this fiscal year, over 150 million install base. What are we talking about? That's almost three times as large as PlayStation 5. Can we stop pretending that Nintendo Switch is not the industry leader when it comes to consoles? So if you're not on the industry leading system, how could you be happy with your sales? You're skipping the bigger audience. Now I understand that Switch is a weaker system and it's hard to get some of the maybe $300 million AAA games. Maybe that wasn't the direction to go when there's only one viable console to play it on because ain't nobody buying Xbox right now. Sorry, Xbox. I got my Series X back there. I play it, but it's not selling well outside the US. So when you only have one market for it and it's not selling well worldwide, that leaves you with one console to sell games on. And it ain't the industry leading one.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I'm like, when people are like, there's no way they put GTA 6 on there. Do they like money? Do they like money? They put
Everyone
GTA
likes
5
money,
on
man.
cell phones at one point. Do they like money? The answer is yes.
Of course.
Yeah. No, I
Like,
GTA 6 is gonna be there. I just don't think it's gonna be 60 FPS, but it's definitely gonna be there.
well, I only give the 60 FPS shot because of DLSS if it's enabled in handheld.
Yeah.
Like if they do like they run it at like a native 480p upscale to 1080, that might give them enough headroom to hit 60. I doubt it. It sounds like it might even be 30 on the PlayStation 5 Pro, for crying out loud, based on some reports out there.
I read those reports too.
Yeah.
Like it's possible that like it's really a pipe dream to hit 60. But then again, the resolutions are targeting on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro ain't no 1080p. They're trying to hit 4K. They might even be trying to hit 4K native on the PlayStation 5 Pro to make it seem look, because they
God, I would hope so at that price.
I want shit. Like, here's the thing: like, you got to remember, they're not launching on PC day one. Okay, so I don't think day one they want to be like, "Hey, we're only on PlayStation 5." Like, I don't. How do you skip the other system that if the other system launches early next year, could be well on its way to selling 15 to 20 million, or like 1/4 to 1/5 of the total sales of PlayStation 5 in less than a year? Why wouldn't you want to be there when that system's about to skyrocket and just shoot past the PlayStation 5 in like 2-3 years? When they're looking at when they released GTA, this is in the old days. Or when we used to get like GTA 1, 2, 3, 4, San Andreas, they were kind of releasing them kind of quickly.
Yep.
No,
Yeah, they did.
it's a service game now. Their online's massive. They make billions, maybe trillions of dollars off that online. So this GTA 6, this is their GTA game for the next decade.
Yeah.
They're not just looking for, which system has the most install base right now. They're thinking, where do we want to be? Is what system's going to drive our sales for years to come. It is an evergreen title for them.
It is.
Yeah.
Like that kind of game can build an install base.
Yes.
They don't need everyone else to build it for them. They can build it and everyone else will also come. It would be huge. I mean, that's a third party killer app.
Yeah.
No doubt.
100%.
Easy.
One of the biggest. It's going to be one of the biggest game launches, I think, probably of all time.
Mhm.
It will. Now,
Oh,
what
it's
do
gonna
you
break
guys think about these prices they've talked about?
Oh, dude. Yeah. The price. What do they want? 100?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've
For
heard
like
it.
the-
Often.
I've heard 100 too.
For the standard. They're not even talking about the bonuses.
No.
The extra content,
No.
extra currency, $100 at launch.
I mean, people are spending $100 in a week on GTA
No,
Online.
no. I will say this. If any game can get away with it, it's them. But they will price cut it over time. It will be cheaper.
Yep.
But the only reason I think they can get away with it, twofold. Hardcore fans will say, well, guys, they spent over $1 billion to make this game. Like, you want to talk about quad A games? Look, I know that Ubisoft tried to pretend that Skull and Bones is the first quad A game. They tried to pretend that is a quad A game. A game that's like a side mode in Assassin's Creed 4 is now a quad A game.
Yeah.
Don't be wrong.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more to it than that, but it's actually really lacking content. I was in the beta for it. I'm like, man, this is what you guys got. I mean, it's fun for like an hour.
What a letdown.
But that's a quad A game. No. GTA 6, I will believe, is a quad A game. When you're spending $1 billion to make a game, you're a quad A game. You are in a whole new category of spending money on games. But here's the thing: that sounds insane. $1 billion, guys. The kind of money 2K and Rockstar have made off of GTA is insane.
Mhm.
It actually justifies that kind of budget.
I mean,
So, you consider that kind of budget, you go, okay, hardcore fans will justify this is the most expensive game made ever, all time. Okay, cool. That's their justification. That's worth 100. Everyone else is just going to go, I really fucking love GTA and it comes out once every decade. What the fuck do I care about a hundo once every decade for the amount of time I put into GTA?
That's the point I want to bring up too, is that GTA 5 came out in 2013 and GTA 6 is scheduled to come out in 2026.
Yeah, barring no more delays.
Barring no more delays. So I think a lot of people are going to say, hey, the last GTA came out when, like, if I were to look at it right now, So 2020 in 2026, I will be 41. So that will be 15 years. Think about that.
I don't want to think about 2026. I turned 40. I don't want to think about it.
Well, yeah, I'm turning 40 soon. I mean, but think about it. Like
29. Turning
you're
20.
going to be 15 years older from when it came out. A lot of people are going to say, I don't care. I don't care. I'll spend it because we've had to wait 15 years.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what people are going to
Wild.
say. And
Yeah, I was gonna say it's worth it because it doesn't come out. It's one of those games that doesn't come out that often, and it usually spans multiple gens.
and people are going to talk about hours spent playing it.
By the time this game comes out, like if it comes out next holiday, sweet. But if it doesn't come out till early 2026, guys, this is going to be the GTA game of the PlayStation 6. There's not going to be another one on PlayStation 6. This will be the PlayStation 6 GTA game. So it's like by the way, I don't want it to be $100. You stick with the standard 70 for the standard edition to 100 for a deluxe edition. I'm cool. I'm okay with that. You get your digital currency or whatever at 100.
Here's the problem.
Okay. Like Nick, you were totally out at 100, which I don't even know if you were going to buy GTA anyways.
No.
So like
I wouldn't pay $100 for a standard edition of any game. That's just too much.
So what if the next Zelda game blows your fucking mind? It is like the greatest thing you've ever seen, and they say, but it's $100.
No.
I mean, I paid that for
That's too
collector's
much.
edition.
See, if it's a collector's edition, that's different because
Well,
I'm
yeah,
getting like extra stuff with it.
Yeah,
But if it's just the standard of
you just won't do it.
standard, that's too much.
So a
Well,
video game can never be worth 100 for you.
No.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm not for it either, guys, but I do want to bring up a point, okay? And I want to make it crystal clear to everyone in the chat too. I am not for that. But
No, none of us
I-
want $100 price tag on any game.
Yeah,
any
I-
event, dude. For
I
a
think
single-
a lot of people will look at it and say this. I've been playing GTA 5. This is what they're going to say. I'm not talking about me. They're going to be like, I've been playing it for like 10 years. I
Here's
think
the thing.
I think it's worth $100.
They-
That's $10 a year to
There are
play it.
people that only play GTA.
They
There
don't
is.
need to do it though. They don't need to do $100 for a standard edition.
I think it's called taking advantage of early adopters when they know we're about to be the biggest game launch in gaming history.
I think
I
it's
think so.
crazy, absurd.
I-
There's no way.
Price 6 months later, it's going to be $60-$70. They're going to lower the price, but I think they take advantage of early adopters. They know they're like the most anticipated game of all time.
They will.
They'll do the whole, you get into the I don't know, the beta thing is like or you get the game, a few days early. Is the type of deal now where like you can be $100 and you get to play it like a couple days
where
early.
you get to be an unpaid game tester.
Yeah, essentially. It's
There's one
crazy.
question from the chat. I'm going to pull this question in. I know we have some super chats and some questions. We got to get to Q&A. We have one more topic to get to as well because Nintendo is suing Palworld. Holy shit. End this poll here. Someone mentioned in the chat. I won't say the name since they didn't super chat it in. Why do we need a new Switch? Who wants to answer that one? Nick, you got it?
More power, baby. Because listen, we got all kinds of games like Persona 3 Reload didn't come to Switch. Genshin Impact, they've said it was supposed to come to Switch, still hasn't come to Switch. We're not getting games like Final Fantasy 7. We're not getting Halo. We're not getting Black Ops.
You got to think of what you're not getting.
To get that on Switch too, though. More power. Yes, it's about third party bringing in more power is about bringing in the third party, but also think about what Nintendo could do with that power because they've already been maxing out and making games look incredible on the Switch. You thought Tears of the Kingdom looked great? Imagine what they could do with more power. Imagine what Monolith Soft could do with more power, man. It's gonna go crazy.
I think the next 3D Mario game that's probably at launch is going to make. I honestly think it's going to make Odyssey look like a tech demo.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Like,
yeah, I can see that.
Nintendo, look, everyone's like, oh, Nintendo doesn't care about power. Have you seen their games? They just don't talk about it. They definitely will use it.
Oh,
if
for
it's
sure.
available.
It's not even that they don't care about power. It's just they have not been
marketing
in the
purposes,
same
Yeah.
graphic chase that all of like
Oh.
PlayStation and Xbox have.
They don't
It's
care about
always about
Here's on the-
art style and gameplay and or
Yes.
how that goes, as opposed to, hey, we got 4K 60 FPS. We got
How many pores on the skin can you see? No.
you can see you can see every single piece of dirt and grime on Master Chief's helmet.
Yeah, Nintendo makes
$70, please.
gameplay innovations, not graphic innovations. That's what they've
Even
always
then,
done. It's been about the
Mario Party,
gameplay.
Mario Party Jamboree looks insane. Like they put all the money in the
It
world in
does.
that game.
It does. It looks super fun.
Dude, they have a whole mini game where you're like cooking and cutting a steak, and when you zoom in on the steak, it's like the greatest meat grilling graphics in any.
It's
video.
amazing.
Like,
It's
why-
amazing.
Why they put so much effort into a single mini game and the way it looks to cook a steak? Like what? It literally looks like I'm outside grilling up a steak right now. Like what are we doing? This isn't a Mario Party game. Why
We
is
got photorealistic steak in Mario Party before GTA 6.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, the whole reason is because to get the things we don't have and to have the things that we do have, say old games, Breath of the Wild, maybe it runs better. And so we don't have to deal with the choppiness and Korok Forest and stuff like that anymore. So like it could potentially make old games run better. Nintendo is gonna do incredible things with it. Like I think we all just know. The thing is, it's one thing to know, it's another to see. We're all just imagining. We don't have to imagine third-party games and how good they can look because we've already seen it on other platforms. But Nintendo games, we've seen them with mods. Obviously, we've seen them, emulated. But that's a lot different than Nintendo themselves doing it. Because somehow, when a fan creates, as an example, those Unreal Engine Ocarina of Time remakes, they look good. They do. But when Nintendo does it, if they ever do an Ocarina of Time remake, it's going to make those things look like a grain of sand in the desert. Like, why do we think that looked good? Look what Nintendo did. Unless they pull a Majora's Mask 3D out of their ass and ruin swimming again. I don't care what they do. You ruined the gameplay element. Oh, man. I love Majora's Mask 3D, but God, they ruined the Zora Mask. Zora Mask was like one of the most fun masks to use, and then they just ruined it. Ruined it, Nintendo. Grezzo, you had a good thing. It's not even about the guidelines. You ruined the swimming.
Look, hey,
The mask doesn't swim, and you ruined it. Anyway,
jeez. Do you think that we'll get an Ocarina of Time remake?
100%.
I think so.
over there
Yes.
just, like, losing his shit.
Yes. In my veins,
Yeah.
please, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this: if an Ocarina of Time remake exists, it's happening year one. It's a system seller. It'll be year one.
Mhm.
If it's happening. If it's not,
Like holiday game?
I think we get back into the cycle of third-party games, a warrior game, and another remake of a top-down game, and then we get to the next one.
Just give me Oracle of Ages, baby. That's what I want.
Look,
Someday.
Ocarina of Time is the highest reviewed game of all time.
Mhm.
Still, go look it up. Still, and you'd be crazy to not revisit that game and fully remake it. Give it the Final Fantasy VII remake love. Give it the same thing, only add to it. Don't take anything away. Just add a lot of content to it. People would be so happy. Yes, it's a system seller, but I gotta ask, does that game in some way factor into the Zelda movie?
Oh,
I don't think
gotta
a
ask
Ocarina of
that.
Time remake. I think a brand new game would,
yeah.
but not Ocarina of Time.
It'd be like that
No,
deal
I
that they did with like Ratchet and Clank when they made the Ratchet and Clank movie. They did like the game tie-in that was just self-titled. So maybe something like that.
So
Maybe.
the guy who's the director, do you guys remember?
West Ball?
Is this-
Yeah. Thank you. So he's a big Zelda fan, he said, but he won't reveal what his favorite Zelda game is. And I understand there's reasons why, right? Because fans will get upset for silly reasons. But what if it's also because him giving that away could give away the direction he wants to go in with the plot line for the movie?
It could be something like that. Yeah.
I mean, if
If
you're
you're going to make it based on any of the games,
Yeah,
which one's
exactly.
the best one? it would be a damn good one that spans many generations. You could say Skyward Sword would be good, but Ocarina of Time is legendary. It's spanned
You-
generations since it came out in November of '98. We all know it. Us, 40 plus year olds, 30s, 50s, they all know it. Everybody knows this game, and the next generation doesn't know it like we do. Like if they say it now, they're like, "Yeah, I mean that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Graphics don't look good. The frame rate looks choppy." They
Yeah.
pick it apart, but it's special to all
Yep.
of us. Very special. So, what better way to introduce it? I always thought the story in that game was good. I know it's not a ton of story, but for what it is, I thought it was great. I think
Yeah.
it'd be a badass movie, personally.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to our last topic because we have a lot of Q&A questions. If you guys didn't know, you can submit questions for the Q&A section of the show. You just got to super chat them in for as little as $2. We'll feature them. Heck, if you're watching on one of our other channels, like I know we had a couple people restreaming this out, like Thunderstash Gaming, Game Junction, etc. Even if you super chat there, I can still feature it. One of our questions actually comes from one of your guys' super chats. So thank you guys so much for the support of all of us on the show. Let's go ahead and get to Game Junction. What is our final topic, man?
So we are talking about the Nintendo Pokemon Palworld lawsuit.
Oh man,
Getting this pulled up here. So
Yep.
we're on the official Nintendo website here.
Yep.
So
I'll share it in a second.
yeah, says Nintendo company together with the Pokemon company filed a patent infringement lawsuit in the Tokyo District Court against Pocket Pair, which is the company that owns Palworld. This lawsuit seeks an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages on the grounds that Palworld, a game developed and released by the defendant, infringes multiple patent rights. Nintendo will continue to take necessary actions against any infringement of its intellectual property rights, including the Nintendo brand itself, to protect the intellectual properties is worked hard to establish over the years. So it's definitely very interesting timing. I think that's a big thing a lot of people are bringing up, the timing. I don't know a particular reason why with the timing. I think somebody on here said that they have an idea about it.
I
Any
would
ideas
think
on-
TGS because Palworld's teasing something for TGS. We all think it's like coming to PlayStation, so that would imply a final like version 1.0. But yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird. A weird timing.
Yeah, like TGS, I think is going to be the big PlayStation reveal, which could reinvigorate the game because obviously it blew up on PC. PlayStation could be another boon for the game to kind of bring the population back up. I don't know if they're trying to rain on it in that way. I kind of think like if you remember when Nintendo and the Pokemon Company were asked, "Hey, are you going to do anything?" and they said, "Oh yeah, we'll look into whatever," and everyone just thought, "Oh, they're just saying what they have to say, right? Like we'll look into anything and protect our IP," and everyone thought nothing was going to happen. I think like they've obviously been, thinking about doing this for a while. They feel like they've gathered up a good case. Whether or not like what I'm more interested in is like, yeah, okay, is it a good case or not? I don't know. I'm interested in like, how do you guys feel about it? Because I've seen reactions all the way. Like some people saying, yeah, screw these AI creations and non-original ideas and stealing, but I've also seen people go like, oh, Palworld doesn't play anything like Pokemon. Like, what are we doing?
I'm kind of in the camp of I don't think it's affecting Pokemon necessarily. I mean, we did get Scarlet and Violet, pretty rough launch and still a rough game. I love the game, played it all the way through, DLC and everything, but it's definitely one of the roughest Pokemon games that we've ever gotten. So I don't know.
I don't really have much to say. I'll just say this, and then I got to dip out because I work in the morning. But I don't think this will affect Pokemon at all. Like, the Pokemon is such a big franchise. This is also like kind of how capitalism works. Like, you have thing, and then someone else takes that idea and does it better, makes money, encourages other thing to do better because they see what this thing did and it worked. So it's just like healthy competition, and I don't think Nintendo needs to get so up in arms about it. I understand why, because they're very protective of their IP, and they gotta be like, "Hey, don't touch Pokemon." I get it, Pokemon's a big thing, but at the same time, it's also just healthy competition, and that's how it works. So that's my 2 cents. I'm gonna head out. Been
like
great
that.
talking to everybody. Talk about Switch
Go
2.
subscribe to this channel. He's 14
Yeah,
subs.
I do.
on
Right.
K.
14 away. We're so close.
14.
Right.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Hopefully, next time
We're
I'm on,
fucking
I can bring us a Switch 2 review.
Ow!
I'll talk to my uncle who
Cool.
works at Nintendo
you go.
and see if I can pull some strings. So
That's all we want to hear. That's all we want to hear. Later, man. Yeah. So my thoughts on this whole thing are just Palworld is a game that I don't think really matters.
Yeah.
Just throwing my 2 cents out. I don't think Palworld is doing anything that matters to me. It's clearly not coming on Nintendo Switch or Nintendo. I mean, look, if Nintendo's suing them, they're not going to let the game come out, right?
No way.
Yeah,
That would be
wild.
that would be a little wild. But I kind of look at this as Nintendo realizes they made a lot of money because the creator has been very forward that they've made more money than they know what to do with. And Nintendo's like, well, we know what to do with it. If we didn't exist, you don't exist. Give us the money. So
Yeah.
Look, I honestly don't think Nintendo should be suing. But but it depends on what they found. Like they're not claiming copyright infringement. This is the biggest thing. They're not claiming they stole Pokemon designs. That's what everyone's mad about. They're not claiming they did that. They're saying it's patent infringement. And I'm very curious, like, what patents do they think they violated?
Well, here's something I wanted to bring up. So Palworld tweeted on the 14th. It's kind of a little bit of a lengthy tweet, but basically they said they're changing their game's business model. It will remain buy to play, not free to play or games as a service.
Okay.
And they kind of get into it. They said Palworld was never designed with that model in mind. It would require too much work to adapt the game at this point. Additionally, we are very aware that this just isn't what our players want. We'll always put our players first. We are considering skins and DLC for Palworld in the future. So, I mean, they're basically saying they're going to expand it, right? They want to expand it. Maybe it's got a big enough user base. I don't know. I don't keep up Palworld, but it is interesting. 4 days later that we get this news after this tweet about their business model. So
Nate, you said it's it's not a copyright infringement; it's a patent infringement.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Do you think that it has something to do with bringing it to consoles?
It's already on a console on Xbox.
It
At
launched
least.
on Xbox.
Yeah, it's on Game Pass.
Like, you think that's why, though, that this lawsuit's going through? Because I know that there's like some very fine special wording when it comes to, for example, like arcades. When it comes to like arcade games versus like being in an arcade and being coin operated versus an arcade game coming to home consoles. And there's like a lot of legal area there, which is why we didn't get like Miss Pac-Man for ages.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting because that was very hard for anyone to work around, like any potential suitors to get that game onto other consoles, other forms of media. It's kind of like this all-encompassing almost trump card, and it makes me wonder if Pokemon Company would have done something like that to protect their IP like a long time ago. And they're saying, hey, they're on PC. They're not on console. They're not on the console space or the handheld. But if they come over here and they start playing ball on our court, then that's when we're going to get involved.
Yeah. No,
I'm curious.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think that because Scarlet and Violet didn't do what they wanted it to do, that they think it probably affected them in some way. This is Nintendo thinking. I'm trying to get in their head because, they have some wacky thinking as much as I love them.
Do you think they really think that, or do you think they want to say that in order to strengthen their case?
Could be that. I mean, it could be that.
I hope they don't really think.
I don't know why they would. I mean, it's wild to me.
Yeah, because people still want to catch them all.
Yeah, I mean, the YouTube primary pointed out that apparently the patent that they're suing over covers game mechanics, and like the funny thing is, I dabbled in Palworld a little bit. I don't know, it doesn't play anything like Pokemon. So like, is it just the fact you capture monsters? But then Digimon exists, so
right, Monster Rancher and you know, all those other games that were just like Pokemon.
Do you think it's because of the weapons? Right?
But that wouldn't have anything to do with the patents.
Yeah, that's different. Though. That has nothing to do with what Pokemon does.
I think it just has to do with the creature designs and like that whole concept. I think it's, you know, it is wacky to think.
Weird.
I don't know what they're thinking.
This is interesting though, isn't it?
Here's the thing. I don't even know if they're gonna win.
I mean, I love Nintendo, but I hope that they don't.
Because they're suing them in Japan. If they win, it's going to be because they're the darling of Japan.
Yep.
And if Nintendo says you touch their IP, they're going to go, oh, you touched Pokemon? Fuck you.
Warp piped as soon as you fly in there.
I mean, like I hope that, you know, they're not that biased in the courtroom over, you know, in fact, they should be kind of anti-corporation in the courtroom, but
they should be, yeah.
But I have no idea how this stuff works in Japan. So that's the thing. I have no idea how it's going to play out. This isn't like a U.S. court case. I don't know anything about Japanese law or Japanese court cases or IP protections. And like they're claiming patent infringements. Maybe they're much more strict with patent infringements out there. Maybe the fact that like the way you capture the people are too similar. So then that is, they actually are infringing technically in Japan. I have no idea. Or Nintendo's just throwing the kitchen sink at them, hoping they run out of money. And Nintendo just forces them to settle.
That might be part of it too, and it might be also to make sure that nobody else tries to do this.
It could be, yeah, set
to deter people,
like they do.
Like even if they can't get the game shut down, just try to scare others from attempting to AI steal their stuff.
Yeah, because it's going to set the precedent that hey, if you do come close to using any of our IP, you will have a long and expensive legal battle. Do you really want to do this?
You want to do it?
Nintendo can drag it out, man. They got the money for it, so they set those examples.
That I don't know that I want Nintendo to win. I kind of just wish this wasn't happening. And this isn't me saying Palworld's the greatest thing. I think Nintendo isn't fighting it. Like if Nintendo could prove, like if the court case was Nintendo is suing over copyright infringement. And when you dive into the court case, they can prove the AI was using Nintendo's models.
Mm-hmm.
That is something Nintendo should sue over, and I think should win. If they stole Nintendo's assets and used that as the model for their AI to design the creatures, yes, that is copyright infringement. But that's not what Nintendo's suing, because right now they can't prove that happened. So they're suing over something they think they can prove. I think the lawsuit's truly just about the designs. It's about the designs and how there are certain aspects of the creature designs that are very obvious that they are heavily inspired by, heavily inspired by Nintendo's creations. But we now know, it's been self-admitted, that the designs were mostly done by AI. So Nintendo, without having proper access, probably can't choose. I wonder if this court case isn't because Nintendo thinks they can win. What if they just want to, in discovery, be able to find out if they stole assets?
Mm-hmm.
And this is really about setting up a second lawsuit.
Ooh, that's a good point, Nate.
Yeah.
I like that.
Because it is pulling from all the Pokemon. It's pulling from everything.
They want to force
Digimon.
They want to force them to hand over the asset base that was used for their AI to see if they actually stole Nintendo's assets. Because that's a smoking gun. If they can prove Nintendo assets were stolen for their AI, it's over.
That's the thing with new.
That company won't even exist anymore because that's literally that's stealing.
Yeah.
Look, Mon, I wish we just lived in a world where we could all be pals. You know what I'm saying, Mon?
Yeah.
Finesse.
Chris, you got any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I don't like it. I did enjoy Palworld. I played it on my Xbox, and it's on Steam. It's doing pretty nice. I mean, it's like 13K right now, so it's not too shabby. I just don't like what they're doing, but it makes sense that maybe they're setting up for something else. Like if you look at all of the other Pocket Pair games, they're just this other game. Their next game is just what's the name of this thing? The little bug thing. Wait, that's a Metrovania.
Oh, the one that was recently
Hollow
shown
Knight.
at a direct.
Yeah, their next game is just Hollow Knight. It's just Hollow Knight with the girl. So maybe there's this thing in Japan where they don't like Pocket Pair, and Nintendo just decided, okay, this is my chance to bring them down. But yeah, I just don't like the precedent that it says because
I don't know how they're accepted in
patents.
Japan. I wonder if Japan likes them. They're accepted outside of Japan. I don't know about inside Japan.
Yeah.
Maybe because Japan does believe in a lot of honor stuff, and if they think you're stealing shit to be successful, that might be like a shameful thing.
Unless you're part of the Yakuza.
Yeah, well, we're not talking
Yeah,
about
of course. But yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like if the precedent is that it says it's about patents. The only thing that's similar between Palworld and Pokemon, besides the creatures, is capturing them in balls. But that brings a lot of other games into it that I don't like where they could go, like Cassette Beast, Temtem.
There was a what was the daggone games that came out before Pokemon that it was just like that. I mean, it was the same concept of capturing the monsters, and you had a crap ton of designs. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
I recall that though.
Eric,
I do recall this.
Yeah, so this is going to be brought up.
He's looking up the game because he's never played Palworld.
Dragon Quest Monsters.
Dragon Quest Monsters. Okay.
Yeah.
Eric,
yeah. I reviewed Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince on Switch.
Yeah,
great game,
really
by
good.
the way. Yeah, really good game, right? Yeah, that is where I read it. Actually, I think someone on Reddit actually said that, no pun intended, but that is where I read it. And they were comparing the monsters from Dragon Quest Monsters to Pokemon.
So close.
And I was like,
looks like they stole, right? Looks like they stole designs.
I mean, yeah, I think you could make a case for it.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have to
probably too late
use much imagination to see.
Yeah.
But it's going to be brought up. I mean, it's got to be. They got to have some kind of defense, right? Like, we can't make creatures too. I think it's an AI thing, but I also think it has something to do with this model of the game because it says that players want it to go free to play. They don't want that. They said it's too late in the game to do that, but they still want to bring DLC and they want to be like a real game. They want to actually, be a legitimate game that you just buy. I mean, it feels like, maybe there'll be a Palworld sequel, and Nintendo doesn't want that. Maybe it'll be a crap ton of.
It means it sounds like they made a lot of money and they just want to make more. I mean, who knew?
Yeah, I mean they did. It had a great launch, very successful launch. So,
like, oh man, it's like me being like, hey guys, I have a successful YouTube channel. My next YouTube channel though, I hope it bombs. Hope it just tanks. It doesn't do well.
And then Scarlet Violet, they didn't do well, so people needed their Pokemon fix. It had some problems.
The time it came out helped a lot too with the backlash on that. So Eric, what are your thoughts? Mr. Laughing over there. Let's include us in the laughter.
So just because I haven't played it and it's been a while since I've looked at it. I was watching the trailer on Steam and I think I figured out what patent they're going after. It's the parasailing patent.
Oh,
they have a parasailing thing in Palworld. Okay. So everybody's like, "Oh no, it's the monsters." No. Actually, it's the parasailing part of it that's getting them.
It's a little sailcloth.
Yep.
Jacked it from Breath of the Wild, you fuckers. We're not. But why is the Pokemon Company involved? Because we put it in a Pokemon game too. Yep. Oh man.
Well, that's a Nintendo patent, so
yeah, it is a Nintendo patent. They do have it patented, but there are plenty of games that have a similar, very similar, if not identical mechanic.
That's why I was just laughing because I was just like, what patent could they be looking at here? So parasailing. There you go.
All right, let's get to our Q&A section here. We got a lot of stuff in here. We'll start off with Taker's Extended today, $2 one, and he said, "Furukawa, you're killing us, man." Yeah, dude. Come on. Just now switch to get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that feels that way? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys are like, nah, screw it. I don't need another Switch for like 5 years.
I think
I
they
knew
know.
it.
I think they know when they're going to, obviously, do the reveal. They know what the date is.
Oh,
They
ready.
were scrambling today, though. I can tell you that. That
I don't
office
think they
must have been
actually-
crazy.
I put out a joke that, you walk into Nintendo HQ, I brought some lunch. I did the community joke and everything's going wrong and there's a fire and something's broken. Like,
Yeah.
it was a joke. People thought that I thought Nintendo was actually panicking. I mean, no,
Wow.
Nintendo didn't panic over these leaks one bit. These weren't final designs, so like it's old design that's not going to be identical to what they show. And by the way, there was no games or anything like, major leaked yet. This is a big leak in terms of us just wanting anything, but it wasn't a Nintendo panic leak. So it's kind of why were they quiet all day on Twitter? I don't know. They don't do that very often, but they've been doing it a bit more lately. Maybe it's because all hands are on deck to prepare to show Switch 2, and that includes their social media team.
I agree.
Yeah.
And leaks are always looked at in a negative light, but
Some of them are
sometimes-
planned,
Yeah, they are. And I'm not saying this is planned at all. What I'm saying is sometimes there can be a lot of positives there. And is it a positive that I think all of our hype levels truly naturally increased this morning? Like, I flew out of bed. I'm almost 40. Flying out of bed's dangerous. We all know that. The older you get, man, like you might have, like, seriously, your back might be killing you the whole day. You might pull a muscle, like dead serious. So it's
Lord.
exciting. I think everyone's excited. It's natural. It's natural hype. It's a good thing. It's like a natural high. It's free too. It's free. Usually this costs money right here to be
marketing.
getting excited. Marketing, yes.
To be trending on every social platform.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you didn't
You
spend
didn't
a
even do
dollar.
What's Nintendo trending for? They didn't do shit. They did nothing, and they're the conversation of the day.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fun because every time there's something Horizon that's related, like from PlayStation, something else overshadows it, and this time was the Switch 2 leaks.
Oh,
with
that's
the
a good
Horizon
the
remaster.
The remaster thing. It's gonna be funny too. What if there's like another Horizon thing in the state of play that's supposedly happening next week on the 24th, and then that same day Nintendo reveals the Switch 2, and just nobody cares anymore.
Please do that, please.
I like the Horizon game, so I want it to stick around, but that happens every time. There's
It
always
does.
something
It
that
does. Nintendo,
overshadows
for
it.
some reason, always overshadow. The thing is, Horizon's a great franchise, and I'm
Yeah.
really excited for the Lego one coming out. But it's just kind of like, man, like every day.
I mean,
they can't buy a Nintendo something break when they have an announcement for Horizon.
even the Lego one got kind of overshadowed a little bit. So
And even then, it's coming to Switch.
yeah,
Well,
it is
good
going
for
to
everyone.
switch. Pretty wild.
All right, our next one here, $5 in from Ludeman03 says, "Hi, I'm new here. Well, welcome. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let's see. What do you all do? And I love the HyperX Quadcast mic on the top, man. All right. So, what do we all do? I'm easy. I'll go first. I'm a full-time YouTuber. What I'm doing now is part of what I do. I have a podcast every week. I make daily videos. I do live streams. I'm very fortunate. That's what I've been doing for the last 2 years. For a job, anyways. That's what I do. I can't talk about the Hyper Quad because that's not me.
It's a decent mic.
That's on Thunderstash over there.
Yeah. So yes, you asked, or you say you love the HyperX Quadcast. I love this microphone too. It's the only one I've had, and it's worked out really well. I did have to get this right here,
Pop filter.
pop filter, and it actually popped right on pretty easily. It literally just snaps right on, and I didn't even know what a pop filter was. I'll be honest with you, because I didn't know anything about anything when it comes to YouTube or making videos or editing. I knew nothing like a year and a half ago, absolutely nothing. And someone in my comments made a comment to me saying that you should really invest in a pop filter, and it sounds really bad. And it was actually
Very helpful though, right?
he went like real extreme with the comment, but I was like, cool, like thanks for giving me the feedback though, like legit, because I told him, I said I had to Google what a pop filter is. I did not know. And I was like, oh yeah, I do pronounce, peas a certain way.
Explosives, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is a great idea. I'm like, thank you. I just bought one. And I literally bought one and put it on as soon as I got it. So yeah, it's great, Mike. It's all good. And to answer, what do y'all do? I'm doing this now full time. I worked 20 years in corporate management. I worked 10 years as a traveling restaurant manager for the same company to go around and fix locations that were struggling from a variety of different areas, from liquor, beer, wine, food cost, turnover, labor, everything really, even culture, when the culture was just not there and there's a lot of negativity. I was sent there to like basically get all the negativity out and get everyone enjoying life again. And then I did 10 years in the mortgage industry, and my last position there was the director at Loan Depot Mortgage Company. If you've ever done mortgages with them, still know a lot of people there. So if you ever need a good rate, when the rates ever get better, hit me up. I'll send you to my cousin. For real. And he'll give you the best deal. Because that's what we do. We don't play when it comes to that.
All right.
Nice.
Nice. Eric.
I do podcast. Yeah. And then I work for a truck scale software company.
There you go. What about good old Chris down there? I'm very curious. You're in a different country. I have no idea what you're doing.
I am a quarter-time YouTuber, but I don't get money yet from it. I just got like full partner like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, dude.
Congrats.
That's awesome.
Thank you. And I am like a good third world person. I work at a call center. I am a supervisor at a call center. So if you ever have issues like some tech devices, I'm not gonna say which ones, but you might have talked to me or some of my agents. So good luck with that.
Nice.
You're the one when I'm escalating and I yell at.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Hey man, honest living.
Yeah.
It is.
Game Junction.
Yeah, I do podcasting this, and I work for other YouTubers. So I'm doing YouTube all day.
3 people just doing YouTube. Crazy.
YouTube 24/7 for me.
Crazy. All right. Let's see. Next up, we got this one from Christian's second account. I wonder what you did with your first account. That's a question I have. Anyway, it says New Super Mario Bros. Wii is the best Mario game. Is this one of your friends over there, buddy? No? Nobody?
No.
Crickets?
What?
I need a cricket button.
Yeah.
Wait, who is it?
Christian's second account.
Hell yeah.
Anyways,
That's hilarious. That was a jam.
Hell yeah.
Anyways, New Super Mario Bros. Wii is the best Mario game. I disagree.
You know.
Yeah,
I agree.
but it's a good game. I like it a lot.
It's not bad. I don't even think it's the best New Super Mario Bros. Game, let alone the best Mario game. But that's all right. Everyone's gonna have their opinions. We grow up with
Yeah, it played its role.
Yeah.
It's a game of the time.
Yeah.
You know? It's fine.
Multiplayer is really good.
I try to respect people's like personal choices like this because like a lot of things that are our favorites are like things we have really fond memories we grew up on.
Yeah.
And that might have been like his even first Mario game for all we know. So
Yeah. Zelda 2. You and me. No one else really likes it. Simon's
like it.
Quest, Castlevania 2.
I like
People hate
Simon's
that.
Quest.
I love
I'm
it.
for all that. Yeah.
But that's the thing, man. Different strokes for different folks. It's okay.
Oh yeah. We got TARDIS 76 coming in here. Said I saw a few predictions. People think Miiverse and Street Pass will make a return. I did Street Pass. What do you think? I wish I could remember the names of the channels, but they had good size subs. I know Andres Restart talked about Miiverse. I don't know about the bigger channels. I don't watch, I don't get to, too busy making content. I don't get to, unfortunately, watch a lot of the video game channels. The ones I play in the background. I don't want to play other video game channels while I'm working on video game stuff because then I get distracted too much.
Or massively
So
influenced.
I listen to like sports stuff while I'm, I watch a lot of sports YouTubers while I'm working. But that being said, man, what do you guys think about a potential Miiverse or Street Pass coming back?
I would absolutely freaking love it, man. I think it would be fantastic. Both of them.
Same.
Well,
Same.
at least one of them. I think it would be great. I loved both. Miiverse was very underrated. I think it was fun, man. It was a fun time.
Same. Miiverse was just hilarious.
Oh, by the way, I still do Street Pass. I do this thing where every convention I go to, I get people together and meet up for Street Pass. So I've been doing that since
Nice.
2021.
I don't think so. Street Pass, I think, can come back. I think there's a realistic chance it can come back. They have, they know the Switch is going to be a popular system after Switch. People are going to be around in person. You could build, a inbuilt software games with like you did with 3DS to pass your Miis around. They could even do a more advanced Mii Maker, which would make some people happy for it. That would be really cool. And I think there's a way to build a community with Street Pass. Miiverse was actually one of my favorite things on Wii U.
Yeah.
But I don't think Nintendo has any interest in moderating a social media.
Because that's what it was. It was interesting, man.
I just don't think they have any interest in moderating. I think they learned with a very tiny audience, by the way, using Miiverse, that there was a lot of inappropriate stuff that they had to keep trying to take care of. And so, I just don't think they have any interest at all in running their own social media platform.
This is so true if you think about it. Guys, so Miiverse, when did it start again? 2000.
Launch with Wii U.
Launch, yeah. So
2012.
2012.
2012.
Oh, 2012, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay, 12 years later, let me ask you, and I'm being honest, I'm not trying to be mean, has society improved? Morals, values, the way people speak to each other, the things people say out loud, the way people act on.
Here's a better question.
I don't know. You don't treat me very nice on social media.
If you
very nice.
No. Here's a better one. If you play Splatoon 3 and you're running around the plaza area, you still can see people draw pictures and show up. How often do you see an inappropriate adult something that just shouldn't be there? Now imagine it's millions of people doing it.
Yeah, exactly. You want to police that? You want to babysit that all day? I don't think so. And they'd have to because it's Nintendo. This isn't Twitter.
Disney of gaming.
Heavily policed.
I mean, you just look at Pirate Software and him talking about TTP. You give anybody a chance to do anything, and it's going to take milliseconds for them to draw a male organ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kids. This is what kids do, right?
Yeah. So I would love for Miiverse to come back personally because I'm not offended by any of that stuff. Some of it I even find to be funny once in a while, and I'm cool. But then I gotta imagine then I know my kids might try to use it, and I just don't know if I'm cool with them being on it. Yeah, parental app prevents it from getting on. I'm like, I get it, but I think about it from Nintendo's perspective. It's not a good look when people are tweeting out funny shit they see on Miiverse that is inappropriate, but is okay on Twitter. So I just kind of think that Nintendo wants to avoid all of that and not deal with any of it. In fact, there's a large, people think the large reason that Nintendo doesn't do local voice chat is because they don't want to be responsible for the shit people say, even though they're not actually. Your terms of service can make you actually not be responsible for. They could break the laws in what they're saying, and Nintendo doesn't have to be responsible for any of that. Nintendo just has to hand over. If they have any recordings or anything, they'd have to hand it over to the authorities if it's requested, but they don't have to actually monitor it per se. But I don't know. I kind of think that maybe we get local voice chat just because it is so standard and so frequent. And look, it's not like they don't allow it on the platform to exist. We have it in third-party games. We have it in free-to-play games. So I could see them maybe being like, yeah, maybe we should just get over that because we used to have voice chat too. So screw it, just bring it back. Miiverse, though, I think is one of those. It was a really neat idea. They just didn't understand what social media was turning into.
I think that's 100% the case. It's unfortunate, man, because it was a fun time.
Miiverse was the foundation for their user reviews on eShop, by the way. It was the foundation for it, for you to leave your 5-star reviews and actually leave a comment and review. Because when you would leave a comment for your review, it would actually be over on Miiverse in a separate thread that people could go in and react to. And Miiverse was so cool. You had dev interviews in it. And then you have developers that would do AMAs on Miiverse. That was so AJ Numa did one. They were doing Twilight Princess HD, and he went on Miiverse and did an AMA with fans. You're not going to see that shit on Reddit. Nintendo ain't putting their devs on Reddit for that, but they did it on Miiverse because they could control it. And so it was really, really cool. But I don't think that's going to come back. Street Pass, that was a totally different thing. I think that has a chance to return.
Nate, you mentioned that Nintendo wouldn't be responsible for it, for something, and I agree totally. But I think what they're concerned about is the reputation part of it, right?
Yeah.
It's because they know they're not responsible, but do the masses, are the headlines going to show that?
I think the masses with voice chat know these days because that's so common. But I don't think their own social network.
No,
it's gonna be a bad look.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the network people think, our kids are safe to go on. Really? Well, I just saw a Splatoon with a penis touching Mario. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't need all that.
Yeah, I think voice chat's a go, but not drawing pictures and all this stuff. Not in today's day and age.
Yeah. All right. Next one up here we have from Taker610. He said the 2DS and 3DS were the only consoles with a number from Nintendo. I believe so.
Well, outside of Nintendo 64.
Yeah. Well, those numbers weren't indicating sequels systems. They were indicating features, or in the case of 2DS, taking a feature away, which the 2DS is a dumb brand because they made it sound like, you only get 2D games. No, there's 3D video games on there. It's just not in the it was just a dumb brand name. But hey, whatever. The 3DS itself was already a weird brand name, even though it was this is brilliant. It's a DS, but it has 3D. Okay. That's optional. That you can just slide and turn off. That's okay. You should have just called it DS2, and it just happened to have 3D. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? I mean, the 3DS sold 75 million. I don't know. You guys have any thoughts?
I love the 3DS. I think it's a weird name, though.
I agree with them. The Nintendo 64 was because of the 64 bits, but it wasn't like an iterative thing. Like this is. As far as the 2DS, that thing sold pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah. And it became the best seller once it came out. The 2DS XL.
It's what I have.
Yeah, I love the 3D. I always play with the 3D on, but I understand that that's not for everybody. And Nintendo made a great call releasing the 2DS.
Yeah. And we saved some money too in manufacturing, getting rid of that. All right, let's get to our next one here. We have Chartar coming on and saying, will the CAD model, so again going back to the leaks, look like that NX leaks, which resembled a rear view mirror? If this thing is over $400, might as well get a Steam Deck. So no, obviously the CAD models we saw didn't resemble the NX one with the all screen, the two sticks in the middle. The review mirror comment was funny though. I didn't think about it at the time, but it kind of did look like a review mirror in a car. But the second part, if this thing's over 400, you might as well just get a Steam Deck. Maybe a Steam Deck 2, but I think, let's say it's 450. I hate to say 500, I would say it's 450. I honestly think this is going to be more powerful than a Steam Deck. It might not have much RAM, but I think overall games are going to look and run better on it than on a Steam Deck. Now, if you want to argue the Steam Deck has the grander library with all the PC games, that I understand. Obviously, Sony brings their games over. Microsoft has their games on PC. So, I get it. PC gaming is a very valid thing. I love PC gaming. I will never argue against PC gaming. Right now, with the way the industry is today and how easy it is to emulate Switch, you can argue PC is the only thing you need right now. But if it's over 400, say it's 450, 500 max, I still think there's arguments for it. As an example, as awesome as Steam Deck is, it ain't going to be emulating Switch 2 games. Not the original, anyways. Maybe the Steam Deck 2, the original isn't going to, because that emulation layer is not going to be powerful enough.
And the Steam Deck 2 is going to be $700-800 ish.
Well, we don't.
I would expect. Oh, I mean, we know the Asus ROG Ally X 700, right? So it's going to be
all of those were. You got to remember, all those handheld PCs were $7,000-8,000 at the time Steam Deck came out. Steam Deck undercut all of them. So,
true.
I mean, it's Valve. Valve has money to piss away. So, I don't think they make money on the Steam Deck. To be clear, on the actual units, I don't think they actually make money on them.
Yeah, because they're making the money on Steam.
Software. Yeah, game sales.
It's always the software. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Steam Deck's just the driver to get you to buy the software.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if they'll, Steam Deck 2, I can see them maybe trying to launch at 500, but then I also think Switch 2 will be cheaper than that anyways.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
There will be a lot of comparisons, but at the end of the day, you got to look at the IP also.
Yeah.
and if
I
Steam
think-
Deck 2 and if Steam Deck 2 can't emulate Switch 2 games, then that's Nintendo's trump card. Our trump card is, hey, all these handheld PCs can't play our games, and not just legally, they just literally can't play them.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big point.
Yeah, the Nintendo IPs there is just so separate to me. They're like, the handheld PCs separate.
Yeah, I mean that's the number. Look,
In
I'm
my
a
mind.
Nintendo guy. Number one reason I'm getting Switch 2 is Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, and pretty much every Fire Emblem, Xenoblade, whatever models, the new IPs. Like the Nintendo games are why I'm getting a Nintendo system. It happens to play all my third-party games in a way I enjoy. I'll get there too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's the thing, it don't matter what it costs as long as it delivers enough games to justify what I'm paying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
no,
have
the-
Steam. You guys all have Steam, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I got Steam.
It's good to have options, man. You can have,
Mhm.
in
We- yeah.
2024, we
We
got
can all
options.
be friends. We can all be friends. We can all play video games and enjoy them.
Example. Eric, what were you playing that game on today? Little Plucky Squire. What system were you playing it on?
My Switch.
What system were you playing it on? Thunderstash?
PS5.
PS5.
And yet you both
There you
had
go.
it in time.
Yeah, and we both had a great time.
Doesn't matter.
It's that
Platforms don't
easy.
matter. It's the game.
Life is that easy.
That
Yeah.
easy. Don't have to eat console war bullshit. All right. I knew. By the way, I knew Stash played it on a different one because I saw an image of him earlier showing it downloading. I'm like, that's a PlayStation.
Yep.
So Boom Mini went ahead and gifted a member, and it went to 10,000 noodles.
Nice.
So welcome 10,000 noodles to the board of directors here at Nintendo Prime. Chartar came in with 5 and said they're using suction cups on the Joy-Con.
Nice.
Oh.
That's big brain.
Sorry, I gotta stop sucking so much.
Wait,
Oh,
so
man.
Oh,
What
no.
is this podcast again?
No, it's
If
the
anybody gets that reference.
Nintenbyte Podcast. We had to take a bite out of crime.
If anybody even gets that reference, I'm gonna be
Scruff McGruff.
laughing.
Scruff.
No. They're saying they're using suction cups. I said so they're using turtles.
I thought you meant taking a bite out of
No,
crime.
no,
I'm like,
no,
of
no,
course
no.
I know Scruff. We should have got a Scruff McGruff NES game.
Yeah, we should have.
Oh,
for
That'd have
real.
been sick.
Kitsune used their member chat. Member for 26 months, by the way. Thank you so much for that. Says some electromagnets have an on and off stage. They can change the magnetic pole so they don't have to constantly use power. Yeah, you're correct on that. I know I should have brought that up earlier. But yeah, you are correct that even if it is all electromagnets, like when they're not attached to the system, they can just have them all turned off. You're right about that. Thank you for bringing that up. Should have brought it up at the time. TARDIS76 says, I was AFK. Did my other super chat get answered? It just did.
Mhm.
You're welcome, bud. Thank you so much for the extra couple bucks just to make sure that your super chat got it in. Kitsune84 then did a €5 super chat saying, what is kind of confirmed? 2 RAM places. Yeah, on the PCB.
Mhm.
Yep, they had 2 RAM spots. The game card place has extra row of pins, higher speed, top USB-C, extra button, magnetic locking, a lot bigger. Yeah, those are all things we saw obviously with the leaks today. The more the extra pins in the game card slot, hey, I'm cool with it. Like, yeah, it's going to be faster. Like, I don't think that's a shocker to anyone that they're going to use faster cartridges.
Do you think? Oh, that wouldn't work. Never mind.
What?
No, I had a thought, but then I answered my own question because it's not going to work. What I was
But
thinking,
nobody
so-
knows. It's okay. No one knows what you thought.
Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right. We just had a random 99-cent super chat from Frank
Sweet.
May. Thank you for the support of the show, man. I appreciate it. Free Metroid Hat came in here with $10. So what kind of Switch 2 accessories do you think there will be that use the extra USB-C port, if any? So that top USB-C port.
Interesting.
I'll tell you one right now. If they could figure it out.
But
On Switch, there's an accessory when docked that plugs into the cartridge slot that enables you to have multiple cartridges physically ready to go for your Switch. Can't remember what that accessory is called. But
Oh, I got it. Yeah,
I have it right here. They sent it to me.
yeah. So
Haven't opened it yet.
use that USB-C slot to add an accessory to let you have multiple physical games ready to go. That's just an idea. I don't know.
Yep. Latency-free earphones. Sure.
Oh, latency for earphones. Yeah, that's why USB-C took over for 3.5 because there was some latency.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
This one. There's other, I think there's a few companies that
There's
do it.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
You know what I'd like to see as an accessory? It's a weird one. The scent.
Oh, the
Have you
game
seen
sense?
Have you seen
Yeah.
the game scent?
The scent thing. Oh, get out.
Dude, how funny would that be though? Especially
Yeah,
because
hilarious live
it's on
stream.
your controller, so it's like right in front of your face.
Dude, I almost want to get that thing, that scent thing, to do it on the live stream and find a way for chat to control it.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be very interactive.
Oh, a $5 super chat came in. Fart spray. Fuck. God damn it.
Right. and a shot of tequila.
And a shot of tequila on top. That smells like fart spray because it
Yes.
settled in it.
Duh.
Yeah, that is such a wild accessory. Well, I don't know what else would be cool that we could plug into that.
Greatest accessory
Wait,
ever
look.
made.
Look, I'm just going to put it out there. External GPU.
Huh? Interesting.
That's what we use USB-C ports to plug in external GPUs on laptops. I'm just saying, I'm not saying Nintendo's supporting that, but I am saying it is kind of cute to just imagine plugging a 4090 into
Insane.
and plugging a 4090 into my freaking Switch.
Yeah, that would take the expansion pack to a whole new level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
I don't
you're
think
playing with power.
Yeah.
No. They're gonna bring back the greatest accessory ever made. The
Oh.
bendy light for the Game Boy.
Oh, the
Warm
warm
light.
light. The warm light.
Yeah,
Hell
the
yeah.
worm. 'Cause
Yeah.
we totally need it with a light up screen. but-
Duh.
Well, what if we had the technology today to make an actual good version of the Power Glove
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, okay.
or the Power Pad?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, there's that one too.
What if they brought back like a Wii
Whether-
Sports with the Power Pad?
There's going to be accessories to attach to the top of the damn thing and use the USB-C. I just don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be
VR.
I don't think I need, and someone's just going to make it up.
VR.
VR, yeah,
headset,
VR
yeah.
stuff isn't obvious. But
Yeah.
my gosh, what would it be like?
An
know,
extra
doing the
screen.
VR
Let's go.
space.
Of all the VR, right? Like I
That'd
have PSVR 2 and I have a Quest that hooks up to the PC. But from the beginning, I've always thought if there's any worlds that I want to experience in VR, it's Nintendo
Oh,
IP.
Same.
It's Super Mario Brothers. It's going through, Peach's Castle or playing Zelda. That's the one thing I've
Labo.
always wanted to do in VR.
Steve, could you imagine going down the slides in Mario 64,
Oh, dude, that'd be so good.
racing the penguin?
Yeah, and I love that.
Throwing the penguin off.
Do you guys remember? Okay, I'm going to give a deep cut that some old school Nintendo fans who have been lurking on the internet like I was might know this. Do you guys remember when they showed it was like a console mock-up? It was a huge rumor back in the day, and it was called the Nintendo On. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Remember that the headset?
that was coming up.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, I like so bad. I wanted that to be real. I tried to Google it. I swear to you, like earlier, I think less than a week ago. That
Oh.
is complete. If anyone can find it,
You can't find
props
it.
to you. I can't find it. It looks like
What?
it's scrubbed from the internet. For real, I can't find it anywhere. It like I went probably like 4 or 5 pages into Google. A lot of what comes up is like Nintendo web pages about how to
Eric might
turn
have
something
found it.
on
Eric
or
might have
off.
found it.
Just ON. No, not.
What's it? What's?
I just googled Nintendo on. No, two.
Yeah. No, I
single,
got
no,
you.
Not videos.
I know non-videos.
Well,
Welcome,
yeah.
videos.
welcome to YouTube. I want normal Google.
Frank in chat said
it
Mandela effect. He might be right. This might be a Bernstein Bears moment.
Shows a lot of the PvP
No, it was
headsets.
a hoax. It was a hoax.
Yeah, and it was the best hoax ever.
Yeah, hold on.
Right? Because we all want it to be.
No, I'm gonna share it.
Like my mind went crazy thinking about how cool this would be back in the day.
Right here.
You found it?
Hold on.
The second you can turn it on here, yeah.
Oh. There it is.
There it is.
Do you remember the video?
Yeah, but the video's gone.
The video's gone,
The
huh?
video's gone. Yeah. This
Yeah,
might be the only
I bet
surviving fake image of it.
Yeah, but guys, the video that came out, so this is like a, you know, a meme image, right? That was basically made after the fact, but when that video hit the internet, it was convincing. It was like very high quality. It was a very high quality hoax. Let's put it that way.
Hold on. This might be it.
Right up there with Sonic and Tails being in Super Smash Brothers Brawl.
Yeah.
We might have it. We might have the video.
Or not Brawl, Melee, right? That was a big April Fool's-ish joke back in the day.
If not, I think I found it too.
Might have the video here.
Oh my god, I haven't seen this before.
man. I love that. I love that's how it is.
Lord.
Dude, that was so awesome.
Fantastic.
Dude, in 2005, that felt so real.
Oh
It
man, that is
did.
great.
It
Because
felt
Until
so-
the very end.
all we knew was the code name,
So-
the Nintendo Revolution, and that legit felt like a revolution, right?
Yeah, they're going full
Oh,
VR. Yeah.
Man,
Oh, they shoved
brought
the
me back.
GameCube in it.
Yeah, right.
You could build games and make games and
Yeah.
burn your game in 30 seconds.
DVDs.
DVDs, burn your DVD in 30 seconds.
Damn.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's a high quality like hoax, though.
Oh, it is.
Back,
That's
especially
right.
in
At the
2005.
time, it was.
Like no one would believe that today, but back then, it's like, dude, yeah.
Yeah, back then that looked super legit as far as like
You
the
know, like that was
quality.
straight out of the 90s, and we just came out of the 90s.
Yeah.
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 We went from 64, like fully 3D, to the GameCube, and that felt like this was the next big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah.
Frank May does a $10 super chat. So, what kind of grips do each of you use?
Nada.
Yeah, Eric
I
doesn't
use the one that Eric.
You know, mine.
Oh, yeah. Eric doesn't use any grips.
I'll forget it.
I use there's none of mine right now because I've been playing mostly in dot mode lately. But I was using the Skull and Bones OLED grip for a bit, and then I do have the Tears of the Kingdom Satisfy one that lets you dock your Switch without taking it off. That one's pretty nice. I think the reason I took it off was when I went on vacation. I needed to save space in my packing, and I was like, God, bringing the giant case that fits the grip in. I'm like, no, I'll do a small slim case. I left it at home. Then I couldn't even play anyways because of some internet bullshit with Nintendo. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that, but yeah, it that's what I used. You guys use? I know Steve brought up the one that he likes to use.
Yeah. And you got these back buttons too.
Yeah.
That you can map yourself. Like if you want to use them, use them. If you don't, you can unmap them because sometimes you can accidentally press the buttons.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is really nice. Like I played actually when I reviewed Dragon Quest Monsters, I played that game like for 60 hours. I put in about 60 hours playtime, and I would say I put in like probably 40 of it. I think it was 40 on the Nitro deck to really test it out before I reviewed this. And before I could obviously recommend it with good conscience. And you know what? I was sold. And I know some people say like like the joystick button placement here is not 1-to-1. And that is true. It's not. But it didn't really bother me. And I felt like the payoff was worth it. Like it was worth it to have not as good rumble. And for that to not be exactly where it should be, but again, it didn't really bother me.
Yeah.
To have a comfortable play session that could last many, many hours because I'm reviewing a game.
They have a new updated version of it too, the Plus. So
yeah, I heard
fix some of the issues.
I tried to get one for review. I emailed them and they didn't send me one.
See, they didn't know. They didn't know that Thunderstash is on a podcast in front of 1,000+ people, and he could have just been like, "Dude, look at this awesome product."
Yeah, I actually mentioned that in my email to them. No, I did, and I'm like, "Hey, look, like I liked the first one a lot. If I like this one, I will talk about it. And if I don't, well, I mean, I will talk about it too. Like that's what reviewing is, right? You got to be honest about everything, but." It's like, hey, I liked the last one. I mean, is version 2.0 going to screw that up? I don't think so. It's probably going to be better, right?
Yep. I doubt you're going to take the good things and make them bad.
Exactly. So yeah. Well, I tried.
Is what it is. Do you use any grip Game Junction?
Yeah, I use that. That's the one I have it. Yeah, and I had the Satisfy grip before that, which I liked, but I didn't have the one that you had.
Oh, yeah, you taking it off? Yeah, the old one.
I got it
every time you dot it is. Yeah, that's one reason why I didn't use the Satisfy grip until they came out with the one that you could dock. Let me see here. We had just a nice comment here. $2 from Luigi. You rock, and I wish you and your stash success. Thank you. Wait.
Wait.
No, that comments about me. You got it. Luigi, you got to be specific. We got 2 stashes on the show. Okay, there's only one. I got it. You can play with that.
There's one true
There's one
stash.
true stash. Kitsume did €5 said if you're going to use micro SD cards, then you will get games that will run worse because of the read speed of those cards. Don't know if Nintendo wants that. So that's actually true on Switch. Games load and run a little slower on the SD cards than they do on the internal storage, but because the internal storage is only 300 versus like the 80, 75 to 90 you get with those. That's why some people have mentioned the newer, what are they called? I've talked about this in a video a long time ago. Fastest micro SD card. What do they call them? No. That's not it. It's a new standard coming out.
Fastest type.
Yeah, maybe it's fastest type. I can't remember. I thought it was like Express or something.
I know what you're talking about. I saw that too.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is though. I don't think it's actually out.
I don't think so either.
Coming out, I believe. So it was like announced,
Yeah.
but it wasn't out yet.
So,
Anyways, I don't know.
new micro SD cards bring high performance from Samsung. this year.
Anyways, the point is that there is a faster standard coming out for micro SD card, and I think Nintendo will allow you to use anything. But you got to remember, Nintendo's cartridges are going to be a little faster as well. Nintendo, I think, is trying to. I'm going to say this: I don't think Nintendo's going to require game installs this gen, which is also a big win for them. Because that means technically, if your entire game is on the cartridge, they are still the only system that's pop in the game and play right away. No install.
Yeah.
That's a huge selling point for physical games. Huge selling point.
Huge. That was a huge selling point during the 64 PlayStation era. For real. Those load times were so long.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think people are going to mind a little bit of extra load times by being on an SD card storage. And Nintendo might have a quick way to swap between internal and external. That's faster than re-downloading games. They might have an internal swap you can do.
You were right though. It's called the Express. That new standard.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that was a newer one coming out. It's gonna eventually take over as the standard, but we're probably a little bit away from that.
Can you guys tell me about it? Just a little bit.
It says Samsung's new micro SD cards bring high era performance and capacity for the new era in mobile computing and on-device AI. Industry first 256 gigabyte SD Express micro SD card, boasting speeds more than 4 times faster than the current interface.
Sick. So I was Googling
up to 800
about this stuff.
Up to 800 megabytes per second. So that's like more than double the 300 meg max right now.
So I saw Wario64 put out a tweet about a really good price on I think
I got that last night.
Yeah,
was that last night?
No, it was a while back on just a huge card, right? And I'm thinking, forward thinking for Switch 2, right? But then I'm like, but is there going to be better tech by the time Switch 2 comes out in that field that would be better suited for the Switch 2? I want to make sure I'm making a good purchase.
Sure.
And then so I did a Google search and I found a couple of things, and that's why I was so interested, Game Junction, and you letting me know what the details are, because I feel like that's what I would want, right?
Yeah. This was just a silly one. Charged at $2 to say Nintendo Goofy Goober resolution.
Nice.
The Goofy Goober. Jorge FT did $9.99 saying, what can Nintendo do to avoid the pitfalls of developing for more powerful hardware that everyone else has suffered with 4K games outside of staffing and money? I think they're already doing it. And they do have one studio I'm a little concerned with. But if you look at what happened with Astro Bot and the way it's being praised for, smaller studio, long-term developers that have worked together, means a smaller budget because they're not bringing in hundreds of outside developers to come finish the game. They're just using internal developers. That's Nintendo's MO.
Mm-hmm.
And PlayStation just did that on their system with one game. Nintendo pretty much does that with all their games. Not all of them. There are select ones like Zelda that uses the 3D Zelda games use a really massive team, but it's team members they already have.
Yeah,
it's not they're not bringing in a bunch of temporary employees, and when they are bringing in temporary, they're just borrowing from their other development teams to do that. They're not just bringing a lot of outsiders in. Like when you see hiring posts for Nintendo, especially Nintendo Japan's development teams, they're not looking for like a temporary hire for 3 months. No, they're looking to add you, hopefully for life, if you're good at your job. Like that's what they're trying to do. Keep their quality talent, keep them happy, pay them well. Don't let them go when times are rough. Hello, Iwata. Didn't let people go when times are rough. And it worked out for them and helped lead to the massive success of Switch. So I don't think Nintendo is set up to be like that. Now, Furukawa admitted games are going to be more expensive to make. But I mean, look, when Nintendo is rocking, $50 million budgets, putting out a 3D Mario Odyssey that sells 25 million at $60 a pop, the profit margins on that are absolutely astronomical. I don't think Nintendo's worried about having to add a little bit more to their development budget just because it is more expensive to make games. So I think how they avoid it is just don't get away from the way you set up your company. But there is a caveat to this. Retro Studios is not ran that way. Retro Studios is ran like a traditional Western. I think the budget for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond has ballooned to a crooked number that I don't know if Nintendo ever wants to admit publicly, that I'm not sure Metroid Prime 4, if it doesn't blow up, can make back.
It won't. I just recently looked at the sales on the podcast, and God, what's the name of the? I don't know why it slipped my. Oh, Dread. Dread is the best-selling one. And I think it's just because of the Nintendo Switch install base.
Yeah, a little over 3 million.
3.2.
And you think about that, like if Metroid Prime 4 Beyond only sells 3 million, which I think it'll sell more. I hope it sells more. But if it's only like a 3 to 5 million seller, I'm not even sure that Nintendo made their money back on the game, because this game's been in development hell forever. Switch, they rebooted development, so they lost investment already to reboot development. And then Retro Studios, they had to rebuild the whole team and bring in all these big AAA names. And these big AAA names, guess what? As soon as this game's out the door, they're out the door. So, and Retro Studios is ran like a modern triple. And I think Nintendo is seeing the pitfall with that right now with Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. They are seeing that, God, we put a lot of money into this game. That's not Zelda. It's not Mario. This is not a guaranteed 10 plus million seller. We're not guaranteed to get our money back on this, but we have to do it because we promised the fans in 2017 this was coming. So we have to deliver. We have to do it. And maybe this is the game that Breath of the Wild is the series that becomes big, but maybe not. And if it's not, I don't know. I am a little worried that Retro Studios might get closed if this game bombs.
I sure hope not. What's crazy is Dread was announced during the DS era. I remember the announcement of it, and they talked about Nintendo Power for years. So
yeah, I just don't think Nintendo likes the way that Retro Studios runs, but they also know what are we supposed to do about it?
Yeah.
Like, we can't force people to stay because the kind of money they're asking to stay full time, they're asking for these numbers that we don't pay anyone. Like, you have more money than Miyamoto gets paid. Hey, our CEO doesn't get paid like these other company CEOs. So I don't know what you're at. Like, to keep like, we really value you. We're already paying you 100 to 200,000 a year, and you're asking for 800K to stay on for the next 10 every year. They might go, hell, that's like 75% of what Furukawa makes. Why are you asking for that kind of money? Nintendo ain't giving you that kind of money. They don't give their CEO that kind of money. I mean, they give them more than that, but Nintendo's corporate guys aren't like these other companies. They're not making hand over fist hundreds of millions in their pocket every year. So like, that makes it very hard to even think about trying to keep some of these high quality Western devs on that are only going to stay because they're there for the payday. And they can get a sign-on bonus at another studio for their talent for a Call of Duty project, make a quick 300K, move on to the next one. And like, it's hard to get a Western studio to operate the way Nintendo's Eastern ones do. The closest they have right now is probably Next Level Games. They've been together for a bit, and I'm a little worried at some point that team's going to break up. I hope not. But at some point, I'm assuming money's going to get involved, and those devs are going to want a big raise, and Nintendo's going to be like,
you guys aren't bringing in that kind of money.
That's part of the Nintendo difference, though. It's really about the culture and the quality of life. Like money is not everything, and that's a great thing, in my opinion. And it's different in Japan versus here as it is in the United States, where money runs everything. And yeah, that's not something they're going to be able to change with Retro Studios, unfortunately. And they know that. They know that, right? All you can do is lead by example in that case.
The only hope is that all these people they hired for Metroid Prime 4, that they were hired on for more than one game. You know, like they got a 10-year contract or something where they're going to be making another game after. Like it's one of those, like that's kind of the hope they're able to lock in a more long-term deal with these guys. And I'm not saying that, look, I'm not saying the developers have anything bad to say about working at Retro Studios. There's not that many like really bad reviews of working at Retro Studios, other than some complaints about language barriers and like, you know, but that's going to happen. Like you're working for a Japanese company. What do you expect? You get in a meeting room, you know, with the creator of Metroid. Yeah, there's going to be a language barrier. He doesn't speak native English. You know, what do you expect? Like they're doing the best they can to translate all this for you. And yeah, it is what you know who you're working for. You're working for a Japanese company. There's going to be a language barrier. You just should know that before you got the job. Like it's pretty obvious. But I do think that besides Retro Studios, I think Nintendo's probably has a pretty good handle on this in general. And considering how often Retro Studios puts out video games these days, I don't know that it's that big of a deal for them. just saying. Like their last game they put out, their last brand new game they published was a decade ago. Ago. Now you can go Metroid Prime Remastered. Again, not a brand new game. Their last brand new game was Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze in 2014. This game's not coming out till 2025, so it's gonna be 11 years.
Yeah,
which is wild.
Absolutely wild.
Well, Nintendo don't like no 11-year wait between game releases. So we'll see what happens. I don't think they're trying to can Retro Studios, but that is the one studio that I am worried about this pitfall because it's a Western studio, and maybe Nintendo believes in it. Maybe the next game they got coming is not a Metroid, but a new IP, and they're going to let Retro do something, try to make a Western game and give them a lot of money. And maybe they take a risk because there is one benefit to the way that the Western studios work is think about all of the really big live service games, Western studios. You hit on one of those, you're golden. So I'm not saying that I want Retro Studios to make a live service game, but even if they can make a Call of Duty, you know, some sort of franchise that can come out every few years, that does just 15 million in sales every time. You know, like if they can do something like that. So it's one of those that I think they'll give Retro Studio one more shot after this, but then I'm not so sure if that doesn't do well for them. So that I don't know that Nintendo can do much in the West to deal with the fact that there's just inflating budgets. Besides what? Take more of their development back to Japan. Okay, well then why do you have Retro Studios? Like the whole point of Retro Studios is to make games you can't make in Japan, so or don't have the experience or the skill because Nintendo doesn't have a bunch of FPS developers, you know, inside their company in Japan. So, all right, let's get to this next one here. It comes from Shujo, who says, first gen Pokemon games Fire Red with the Switch 2. You're talking like an NSO? I'll take them on NSO all day.
I saw this comment coming earlier, and the first thing I thought of is, well, I mean, the 30 years coming up, right?
Yeah. But
it's like, are we connecting that?
But they still haven't put any mainline games on NSO.
They got something's coming up their sleeve.
They keep remaking and remastering, and like Gen 1, what'd they do? Let's go. Like they're gonna remake those games again someday. That's why they don't do it.
I still wonder if we're getting new Let's Go games. I still keep wondering about that. If we're going to get like the Johto region, I feel like it makes sense, but
I mean, maybe they do once per gen. They do a Let's Go, and so this will be a Johto.
It makes sense for like a launch window type Pokemon game. If that makes any sense, it's obviously not. It's mainline, but
Legends, baby. It's the way we're going now. Yeah. I'll take Legends all day.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, I say that. Look, there's been one good one. We don't know.
So far, we never know.
We were hoping because the first one was good. This one's also good.
I can see it though.
Yeah, they did it on 3DS, so they could do it again. Sure.
Yeah, we'll see. Legends all day in the paint. Nudes get me every time, man. He's been trying to make me laugh this whole show. I finally responded. Dummy thick. You got a thick boy over there. No way Switch 2 will get GTA 6. That game is going to humble the current gen consoles No way it runs on previous gen class hardware, even with DLSS. Well, fun fact. This is not previous gen class hardware. This is not the PlayStation 4. This is 2020 to 2021 technology that's custom built for Nintendo, which is not the previous gen. Unless you're saying, hold on. Unless you're saying Switch was the first next generation system that started off the current gen that involves PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. So then Switch 2 is the beginning of the next generation that's using the prior generation's technology. So basically what you're saying is the PlayStation 5 can't run this game. Essentially what I'm putting out there. Because by the way, I'm pretty sure at some point GTA 6 is going to run on hardware that's less than a PlayStation 5. If it ain't the Switch 2, I don't know if it's going to be the Xbox Series S. I don't want to go that far, maybe. But it's going to be something, because while we talk about how much this game is going to humble, right? We talk about how much it's going to be that humble pie game. I bet you it's going to be one of the most scalable video games they've ever made. I bet you this scales in a way that you can't comprehend, because one, GTA 5 scaled in a way that people can comprehend. GTA 6, while sure, it's going to look visually stunning on your PlayStation 5 Pro, it's going to be amazing. It might be 30 FPS. I guarantee you the engine they're using is going to be massively scalable, because they want 200 million. You're not getting 200 million on just PlayStation and PC. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What do you guys think, though? GTA 6. I'm gonna die on the hill until it doesn't.
It's gonna be on Switch 2. I mean, the everything, the technology on Switch 2 is just more modern technology than on the PS5 or Xbox Series. So it's probably gonna punch far above its weight, or what one would think. So yeah, it's gonna be there. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be there. You don't want to miss being on the biggest console ever.
I think Rockstar has a dev kit right now. They know what the hell the system can do. They know 100%. What the system can do. You can't tell me this is a company that I already know factually attempted to put Red Dead Redemption 2 on Switch. They tried.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that they're not trying to put GTA 6 on Switch 2 with the dev kit. Guarantee they've taken that dev kit and they said, let's see what happens if we slap this build on here, we recompile it, let's put it on, see what happens. And you know what? If it sat there and said, okay, it's running at, we got 1080p right now, it's running at like 15 FPS. Hey, we haven't even customized this to run on DLSS yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm telling you guys, they were that close with Red Dead Redemption 2 of actually putting out a Switch 2 version. So like, if they were already like doing that, like, God, they're going to attempt. And bottom line is, we don't have a dev kit. We don't know how games are running. What we do know is we have people like Paul Gale Network, who has a ton of AAA third-party game developer friends who keep telling them how excited they are to bring their big AAA games over to this next system. I don't know why we think that GTA 6 is a special case AAA game that can't be there, because they're spending $1 billion to make it. Okay. Because it comes out once every 15 years at this point. Okay.
Yeah. I have the same, I share the same logic and optimism that you do, Nate. And even 10K Noodles, old 10K Nudes, said that, try and find where it is, but basically, oh yeah, Rockstar wants money. They will find a way.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, they will. Like, you got to ask, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? And we're talking about getting
might not be a launch,
6.
Might not be a launch, yeah.
But to get that released on Switch 2, is it worth it? The answer is yeah, of course. I mean, they put out the GTA collection on Switch.
Yeah.
It's there
What
physically.
a mess.
It was a mess for everybody, though.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't just Switch. It was a mess. That was bad. That was bad.
Yeah, and that was on who they hired.
Yeah,
right.
The porting studio.
Yeah, the port house. But you gotta look at it. I think GTA 5 and 6 both come out.
I think so too. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Does 4 ever get released again?
I don't know.
Left out.
I wish it would. I think it's
I
better.
think forever comes back or San Andreas. I think they're gonna like remake it or something. I think that's how they'll bring that one back because that was the one that really 4 is the one that blew up the GTA franchise. It was
4. Yeah.
Yeah.
First 3 just did okay, but 4 was like next level. That led to GTA 5.
They'll do a collection pack of the first 3, and then they'll remake 4. And
Well, they already did the collection pack in the first 3.
Well, on Switch.
Oh, it's on Switch.
Oh, is it?
There's a collection. Yeah,
Oh.
Julia owns it.
No.
It ain't good.
Yeah. No.
No.
Fun.
No,
Yeah.
it's by the way, it's not good on any of the systems.
It's rough on all of them.
Yeah, it's bad on all of them. It's real. It's real.
It's like, oh, it's bad. Oh, it's because of the Switch. No, load it on your PS5. Ooh, it's not good.
Yeah, try it on the Series X and the Switch. But
I have it. I have it. I can like vouch and speak from using it, and it's not good. It's not. They messed up the most basic stuff.
The PlayStation 5 can't handle these games. Like, come on, it's just a bad port job.
Yeah.
Optimization's a big deal, guys, and that's why I'm saying people forget if GTA 6 only comes out on PlayStation on day one, it's because they put all their effort into optimizing for that specific console. They are going to bring it to PC later. That's already confirmed. And if they bring it to Switch 2 later, it's because they're going to put a hell of a lot of time into optimizing specifically for that platform to make it run well. So we'll see what happens. We have Anthony Nelson comes in with a 10. Says sunglasses perpetually fall onto video game controllers. Proud face.
What?
Okay.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it either, but I do appreciate the $10. I understand cash money.
Cash money records.
That part I get. I understand that part. Last super chat. Let's do the gifted member quick. Michael Lorenz, the second gifted a member, and it went to Voriki. Got it. So welcome, Voriki. Our last super chat we have right now, it comes from Red Delicious. It says first party character you'd add to Smash. Tethu for me. Okay. First party character I'd add to Smash.
Emio.
Add Smiley Man, baby. Tucker's not here to put the thing on. By the way, for those who want to know why Tucker just mysteriously disappeared, he doesn't hate us. His entire Wi-Fi crashed and he couldn't get it to turn back on.
Yowzers.
So that's why he's out.
Birdo.
Bro, it would be cool. I feel like
I want Tingle. It is what it is. Dude, he's like my mascot for life. You guys see how excited I get? That's how excited he gets over rupees. I'm just saying, I get so excited for Switch 2. Oh my God, guys, can you believe it? And that's like every time. Thank you for $20. Here's your map.
Jesus. I feel like we need Gino since we got the Super Mario RPG remake.
Did you not watch my videos? Come on.
Brandon, I'm with you. That's who I've always wanted, and I was looking up.
I've been
I'm like, oh yeah,
Gino.
Gino.
Yeah.
It makes
Gino,
sense.
Yeah. Totally.
Gino.
Malo.
Gino. People get mad at me in my videos too. Does he ever not yell? Everyone's like, no, it's every video. Yeah. I get excited, guys. Let me enjoy my inner child. You know what I mean? I gotta let it out sometimes. Damn.
Like I said,
I don't want to be like, I don't want to look, no offense to a lot of adults that are really like this and enjoy it. But I just want to be like, man, yeah. Have you heard about that Switch 2? Yeah, it's kind of cool what they're doing over there, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, all right, cool. Oh man, dude, don't you think they're gonna have that? No, I want to be guys. Have you heard about the damn Switch 2? This is so fucking exciting. Like, I want to be excited. I want to be the N64 kid every day. You saw that level of pure happiness when he opened that level of pure joy. I think as we get older, we forget.
We do.
Forget about that pureness of that level of joy. And I feel that why am I so glad to do YouTube for a living, man? I get to feel a little bit of that every day. It keeps that a little bit of me alive. And I love it. I don't want it to die.
I was just talking with someone today about that on Twitter in the DMs this morning.
Yeah.
And we were talking about your video too. And I actually said almost verbatim what you just said. And how you have that. And, like I play all the consoles. I love them all. but
Yeah.
nothing can replicate that feeling I get with Nintendo. It just
That's how I
can't. You know, I've
feel.
tried. I would like it to, but it's special. It's different with Nintendo. It always will be. And yeah, it's exciting. It feels like Christmas morning with Nintendo with a new console.
It does.
Yeah, it's just special, man. I don't know if it's because we like grew up in the 80s and like it was just it's part of our DNA now. Nintendo. I don't know. But yeah, it's different. It's special. But yeah, Nate, you always have it.
Dude, I saw it with Eric today playing the game. Playing the Plucky Squire.
Yeah.
I'm sitting over there like trying to get the notes done and trying to get everything ready so we can launch on time. Here's Eric over here just smiling away and gimping out and laughing. And I'm like, oh my God, I haven't seen him this happy playing a fucking video game since we were in high school.
How many times did I
Holy
say
shit.
this game is amazing?
Yeah. He couldn't stop. I'm just like, oh my God, Eric's inner child's coming out. That means the Plucky Squire is the bomb.
Yeah.
Inner child's coming out.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just sitting there. I'm like, but that's the way I am, guys, making content and talking about all this stuff I'm really excited about. So like I know that it is annoying for some people, and I understand. Like I have some things set here so like it doesn't distort and peak, but I know every now and then it's going to. I fucking love Nintendo and the video game. Like I know, like even talking Switch Shoe is not even talking. You know what's funny about Switch Shoe? It crosses two of my loves together. I love tech. I fucking love technology. I'm a huge tech nerd. So you throw that in, brand new hardware, custom hardware that's never existed before. You throw that out from Nintendo, and then you combine it with my love of Nintendo. Oh shit. Like my excitement isn't like, oh my God, this thing's gonna bake waffles for me in the morning. No, my excitement is what the game possibilities are. Well, why don't you talk about that one? Because I don't know, and that's the exciting part. I don't actually know what's going to happen with the games. I'm just imagining what this new system is going to bring to the table. And that makes me so damn excited to talk about little things like LPDDR5 X RAM running at 7,500 mega transfers per second, 12 fucking gigs, baby. I'm talking about 1 gig on the operating system. Is it going to be 2 gigs? It matters. Hey, do you like your themes and your music and all this mystical stuff in your OS? Well, it's going to take up more gigs of your RAM. I would think, yeah, give me the simple one. Give me half a gig of RAM used, rest for gaming. That's where I would put it. But you know what? That's the exciting conversation we have. These little minutia, stupid things. But it's all to me about what leads to when I boot up that next 3D Mario game. And I just watch it boot, just the boot intro and the smile on my face when I hit the first Wahoo jump. Can't replicate that. I just can't. I've tried. Just can't.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, I agree wholeheartedly with you. And again, if he's watching, I was talking to Brolin728 on Twitter. You probably know, I think you know him, Nate. But I was talking with him in DMs, and we were literally having this whole same conversation. We're talking about Mario 64 and just the first time playing it and that feeling we had back then, and like just how special that was. But like going into a new console and just wondering what it's going to be like and what the games especially are going to look like. That's the most exciting part. Yeah. Like just trying to like use your imagination.
If this Mario Party Jamboree is a big fucking banger, how do they make it even better?
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like Smash Brothers, we've said this before, but Smash and Mario Kart, like that's peak. So how are you going to top the peak? It's exciting to think about.
By adding your favorite first party character, who would you add?
Yeah.
Game Junction, who would you add?
What, Smash Brothers?
Yeah.
First, I mean, like Waluigi and Gino need in there. I mean, we've kind of wanted them forever, right?
Yeah. Okay. Chris, how about you?
I want Mio from Xenoblade 3. I need her.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think I got a good one.
You got one? What do you got, Steve?
I think so. I was thinking King Hippo earlier because that's a deep cut, but I don't see that happening. I think of a different one, and his weapon could be a cane. You guys know who?
Cane.
Cranky Kong.
Oh,
dude, that'd be cool, right?
Get the crank in. Get the
That
crank
would be
in.
funny.
We need Donkey Kong in there.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love Cranky because he's like us now.
Yeah, why haven't we got Donkey Kong 64 on Switch Online? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that today.
Maybe they're saving it for when they launch a 3D Donkey Kong game.
There you go.
Little
Maybe.
build up to the hype.
Build the
Maybe.
They
hype.
announced a 3D Donkey Kong game same day, drop Donkey Kong and N64.
Hell yeah.
That'd be a cool move.
Yeah, we'll see. We had an extra super chat come in from Rafa Barros. It said Discord on Switch 2 or Nintendo own voice chat. X was kicked off. Well, X was kicked off because you have to pay a monthly fee to access the API. Everyone basically kicked X off because none of these companies want to pay that monthly fee. And it's not that Nintendo can't afford it. It's not a question of that. It's just like a principle thing. Like, hey, we don't really need you.
Mhm.
So, like, sorry to our fans. But, like, we don't really need you. I do think, by the way, X getting kicked is one of those. And I'm curious if Nintendo supports social media on the next one. I think they'll let you take screenshots. But the whole point of like what was fun about that is posting on Facebook and X. Okay, well, what's it going to be on the next system? I think it's going to be more so they'll let you download it to your phone, and then you can do what you want with it. I think it'll just be a seamless transition of screenshotting game to your phone, and then you can post it wherever you want from your phone. I think the app, like the Nintendo NSO app, will allow you to socially share from there to other social networks. Because I don't think they have to pay the fee for that to do that. Because it'll just boot you out to the X app, boot you out to the Facebook app, yada yada yada. But in terms of like the voice chat, personally, I think Discord solves a lot of problems for them. It takes a lot of things off their hand. We're not responsible for any of this now. It's all on Discord. And all the other platforms support it, but they also support their own voice chat. They don't just have Discord; they have their own system, their own friends list. So, for Nintendo, obviously, we have a friends list, but we don't have voice chat or messaging. You could solve that with Discord. As a content creator, Discord would be great. I'd love it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like I have a bias, kind of like, oh, it would be great. But I'm kind of interested in a Nintendo localized system. Like Nintendo does some interesting things with their local system. Like if you guys remember, the original idea they had way back, Reggie talked about this back in 2017, was with the phone app, we were supposed to be able to schedule play sessions and our friends could come in and sign up for those play sessions on a calendar. Never got to do that. It's never existed. So I'm thinking like, I want to see what Nintendo's ideas would be if they actually execute them, doing their own local system. Just like I want to see them add in the ability for us, by the way, Nintendo, I don't know why you took this away. We should be able to review games on the eShop.
Yeah.
If you bought the game and you know how many hours we have. So you can say if you've bought the game and you've played it for at least 2 hours, you have the ability to leave a review. You leave your 5-star review or whatever review it is. If you don't want to allow messaging, fine, but at least allow the star system. If you don't want to let us write written reviews, at least allow the star system. Bring it back, please. Because like if you're not going to make eShop organization better, which you better, at least let us review it. We gotta have some way to filter through the shit. So you got to make it better. Anyways,
eShop's rough right now.
Anyways,
really, all they'd have to do is just bring back the star system and then show how many hours they've played on the game.
Sure. But anyways, Discord's better for me. But I think I'm actually more curious about what Nintendo would do with their own system.
Yeah, I think they should both be there. I don't want just Discord, but I'm with you. I think it would be.
And I think a lot of people just go,
better for
Nintendo
me.
doesn't have it, so just throw Discord at it. I'm like,
Well, I think it'd be a good start. And if they didn't have their own native voice chat at the beginning, it'd be a good start. And then they introduce their own.
I kind of think that the reason Nintendo doesn't do it is they're always afraid Discord's going to get bought out.
There's
There's
that.
always talks about it, and they're like, we don't want to be bought out by Sony. Like Microsoft or Sony owns Discord now, and now they run our local stuff. You know,
I agree.
But
I think it's all that.
When it's an option, when you have your own, I think that's totally different because you can just remove access to the app if you want. It's not a big deal. But yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised they never allowed messaging through the phone app. Like I just thought that was just obvious. Why can't we message people through the phone app?
It is a little wild.
Yeah, it's kind of like well, we got to protect the kids, motherfucker. We got to share friend codes. We got to share friend codes. Come on. We're already getting a hold of each other in some way, not through your platform to share a friend code.
Right.
Like, if I'm already contacting them off your platform to share a friend code, maybe you should let messaging. Yeah, just kind of throwing that out there. At least once we're friends, let me message them. God,
You're right.
you don't want me to message strangers? Fine. I can see Nintendo not allowing that. You know how like on Xbox, you can message people you just played, and maybe they don't allow that. But once you become friends, come on. There's no reason.
Dude, when I play 2K and when I beat somebody, I get a message like half the time right after,
Yeah.
and it's literally just tons of cuss words.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
They're always fucking pissed.
Like, what? What
Yeah.
do you want from me?
It's like, what are you, fucking your grandma over there? I'm like, dude, I beat you in. You just know what I just did. I just beat your ass.
And I mute that. I mute my controller so
Like
I can't
my-
hear them because
Yeah.
when it's unmuted, it's like just nonstop like cussing.
We're too
crap
old for
talking.
that. Yeah, it's
No,
we just
I
gotten so old,
enjoy it a
think.
little bit with Madden, and people get on voice chat, and I don't have my headset plugged in, and like they get a little like I throw a thing, and it went between two defenders, broke a tackle, touchdown. They're like, "What fucking bullshit is you? You don't fucking even know how to fucking play." And I'm just laughing there, and I'm just like,
that's a little different with that way.
yeah, we all
other
know
than
Madden
the
bullshit, but. That's Romeo fucking Dawes, motherfucker. Did you watch him make that play in the last game? He can make that play in real life, bitch.
He can.
I'm like, did I think he could make that play? No, but he can. So there you go. When I watch the crazy shit that happens, hey, you know what? You can do underhand passes for pick sixes. Just ask Will Levis.
Yeah.
They should put that in the game. By the way, that's no shit on Will Levis. I actually hope that he turns his season around and ends up being a good quarterback.
Just not against us.
I like his moxie. He's very much like he's a try hard, and I love it. I just gotta get that decision. Like he can throw a ball. You just gotta get that decision making, man. It's a little wild right now. These diving passes he keeps attempting. He did it for a fumble in the last game to lose a fumble because he did a backwards pass. I mean, it was just what are we doing? You're not Patrick Mahomes, all right?
Yeah.
Like Patrick Mahomes completed a behind the back pass in a game. All right. There's levels to this. All right. What do you guys think? Eric, Discord or local?
Both. Why not?
Everyone's going both.
Hey, Discord to start if they don't have it, and then just keep it as an option, and then bring your own in if need be.
All right. We'll make this our last one of the night. We got Michael Lorenzo, member check quick. He said, which one do you see first, GameCube NSO or DS NSO? Ooh, that's a tough one.
That's a good question because you got to ask: are they still digging in to the GameCube backlog for remakes?
Right.
But I might say they might be done with that, right?
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
What?
I mean,
Like if they did a 1,000-year door, I feel like they opened the door to everything.
You're right.
Yeah.
well, I mean, Wave Race Blue Storm, I would love to get.
That'd be awesome.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
That's a great day one drop. That's
I know, but jet skiing is like it feels like it peaked in the 90s. Like the whole I like jet skiing. I like getting on a jet ski. Who doesn't? Right? Who doesn't?
It's fun.
It's fun. It's a great time. However, it was just very popularized in the 90s, with the neon colors. It was a great time. Maybe some Bud Ice down by the lake. It was a good time back in the day.
That takes me back.
Yeah, but nowadays it's just not the same, and it's unfortunate. I don't agree with it.
Sure.
And my God, I would love to have it again. I'd love to see that water in 4K at 60 FPS.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
I think they're going to do DS. One, because I don't think they're going to remake a lot of the DS games. So they don't have a lot of inherent value there and like resale value. But also it adds incredible, and not having the resale value doesn't mean there's no value, and that value could be NSO. And I know we could talk about how they can't, we don't have the 2-screen thing, and you have to turn your Switch sideways and maybe get like an accessory to do it. Yeah, but look, guys, they could just do it just like an emulator. Just put it side by side on your screen.
Well, Castlevania Dominus.
Yeah.
Just did it and killed it.
Dominus just did it, and it worked well. They proved that you can do it. Hey, maybe you can only play in handheld mode, especially on the ones that require touch, and that's fine. But I don't think it's a big deal.
You know what they
all
did?
you do is when you go into the DS app, right? You open your DS app, it'll say, "Hey, if you're in dock mode, hey, please undock your Switch to use this application." Cool.
So, did you guys hear what they did in Dominus? So, like,
Dominus.
to do a spell on the DS or to do the seal, you had to like draw it on the
Yeah.
bottom screen.
Yep.
And since, of course, we don't have that, what they did is they changed it to a quick time event, like button presses.
Yep.
Easy,
Yeah, easy.
done.
And that's just one example. I know there's other games that really, really needs it.
Yeah.
But again, that's why I said it's not that there's solutions. Are they the same as having two screens? No, but the two screens thing doesn't fix TV mode. So in the end, I think you could just find a way to make it work. Emulators, I've already found ways to make it work on one screen forever. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. We did have one super chat come in. I guess I'll feature it quick. They paid money. I got to feature.
I know.
Got an interesting question I thought of. Did you ever think there will be a first-party, real-life, licensed-owned racing game IP with real cars, like a racing simulation game?
I don't think so.
No,
Never.
I don't see it ever.
Never.
They're going to turn Cruising USA into it.
They're going to continue to milk that Mario Kart.
Yeah, they don't want anything competing with Mario Kart, which is why we probably don't have F-Zero.
99, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, like a full price.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. For the chat.
Look, obviously a simulation racing game is far different from a kart game.
Mhm.
I think they would more likely work with Microsoft and get their racing game over. Which one is it? Forza?
Yeah, Horizon.
Yeah, I think they'd just rather work with Microsoft and just get that game to come over. And maybe they do some licensing with them where you get some Nintendo themed paints and stuff. You can maybe doing it just on the Nintendo version because Nintendo won't let it be on anything else. I don't know why. Sorry, Minecraft people. You have to be on a Switch to use the Mario stuff. Dumb, but it's life. Same reason why you guys wonder why Nintendo hasn't worked with Fortnite. It's already come out. They're not working with Fortnite because Epic Games wanted it. They don't believe in locking content. They believe any content added to the game should be on everywhere their game is, which makes sense for them because again they like to make money. So why would you lock content? And Nintendo said no, you can only do it on the Switch version, and they're like, that's not how we work. Sucks. Could have made Nintendo a lot of money too. You would have made royalties on every skin bought, but is what it is. So yeah, Nintendo was actually never against their IPs being in Fortnite. That was actually not the problem. It was them not wanting their IPs on other people's systems. Now that maybe that attitude will change under Furukawa someday, because a lot of that decision was made early in the Switch life. So but we'll see. I would like to see Nintendo more because I think Furukawa can see the advantages of their IP appearing in that way on other people's systems that might make them want to get their system to play those IP. There's some cross marketing that can happen there, but we'll see what happens. All right, we're going to leave it at that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the Nintenbyte Podcast. Shout out to the ones who have fallen. HMK, the hype man himself. Shout out to him. One of these days he'll be on a full episode. I don't know when, but he will be someday. He did it one time ever.
Yep.
So one time ever can be repeated. Then shout out as well to let's see who else left. Tucker. Sorry for your Wi-Fi, man. He does the what podcast is that? The Backlog Banter podcast. You should check that out. Let's see here. And then we had did we lose anyone else?
Nick with no K.
Nick with no K.
Who's
That's right.
11 away from 1,000.
11 away.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Everybody subscribe over there. Let's get them.
All right. Then we get to who's here. So first off, our newbie, Mr. Chris from, oh my gosh, I forgot the name of the channel already. Chris Over Sunday or something like that, right?
Game Over Sunday, yes.
I wrote Chris Over Sunday in the description. I'm like, I don't think that's correct.
that's okay. It actually sounded nice.
I'm correcting it now. All right, there we go. Game Over Sunday.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, I have also a podcast, but everything on my channel is in Spanish because I'm from Guatemala. So if any of you guys know Spanish or wants to consume some gaming
We definitely have
content
some Spanish speakers in the chat.
in Spanish, jump ahead. I do reviews. I do discussions. I give my thoughts. For example, I just had a video about PlayStation and how they are terrible this gen. and a lot of stuff like that. I do have a podcast with my good friend Firemachi where we talk about news and what we're playing. So it also gets pretty long like this. And no, yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Episodes when they go this long. This is actually pretty rare. It goes this long. But we had like the biggest leak day for Switch 2.
Yeah.
Like period in 2 years. So yeah, happens.
No, yeah. Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it. It was a good time. And happy to be again if you ever want me to.
Awesome, man. Game Junction. What do you got going? You got any upcoming content you want to tease?
Yeah, I'm doing a video on the Plucky Squire. I've got something coming for Zelda when that comes out, obviously. So I'm just gonna run through that game. And that's kind of what's coming up. I'm debating on something in between, maybe the Rugrats game that recently came out. I've been looking at that, so we'll see.
All right, man. Hell yeah. You're the one that keeps bringing that game up. You're the only person I know that talks about that Rugrats game, I swear.
It looks like a cool 2D platformer.
Yeah,
I wasn't even like a big I
I
wasn't
was huge into Rugrats as a kid.
It was okay. I liked it, but it wasn't
Tommy
like my
Pickles,
favorite.
Eric,
I'm here
playing Plucky Squire.
playing Plucky Squire.
Probably have it beaten by the next show.
And watching Nick's channel. He's only 7 away. God damn it. Come on,
7?
people.
I promised him
Seriously.
we'd get him to 1,000. Do I have to make
Seriously,
alts?
come on.
I'm getting alt accounts.
7
Damn it.
subs away from 1,000.
Damn
Come
it.
on.
Damn it.
Chat.
I know that we have 340 still watching us late night, by the way. Oh, well, I'll get to that in a moment when we get to me. Thunderstash, you got any content coming up you want to tease? Or?
Yeah, I do. Iron Meat that comes out September 25th. My review's up. I reviewed Haunted Castle, Revisit It. Want to check that out? That's part of the Dominus collection. Tomorrow, I will be posting my review of Plucky Squire. I platinumed the game earlier today and give you my thoughts on that. And then I am picking up the Karate Kid Street Rumble on Friday when it comes out. And I know it's risky. I know it's risky because who's the developer again? Game Junction?
Game Mill.
Game Mill. Not a great track record. However, I'm a lifelong Karate Kid fan. I've been watching them since I was a kid. So I got to play this game because it's based on the first 3 Karate Kid movies, and it actually looks good, dare I say. So I'm going to review that because if it's not good, I'm going to let you guys know so you don't waste your money. And I have a retro review coming in between. So yeah, Plucky Squire tomorrow. I'm guessing Karate Kid will be posted on Sunday, possibly even Saturday. It depends on how long the game is. I mean,
Steve,
if I can beat it quick, it's going to be quick.
Are you thinking about doing a game on it's late video on the Contra game? Because I'm thinking about doing that.
Iron Meat?
No, not Contra. Sorry, G.I. Joe. It's like almost 1:30.
Oh, G.I. Joe. Yeah,
the
trailer came out today. It's coming out the same day as Zelda.
I know.
Not sure why they picked that release date, but hey, I am gonna play it. I am gonna play it. It's not the same day as Zelda.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, those are priorities.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does look great to shout that game out. It looks pretty awesome.
It does. I'm excited for it.
All right, you guys should go check out Thunderstash Game. We got it linked down in the description. Plus, you guys, if you follow me on social media, I feature his videos every now and then because I really enjoy his content. Like, it's fun watching his retro reviews. Plus, reviews of games. Like, I'm actually curious what he has to say about Plucky Squire. I haven't played it. I literally haven't played it. I watched Eric's Pure Joy. That pretty much was enough to sell me on it. But it is good. I haven't read any reviews. I looked at the Metacritic score. It's pretty good. You know, it's not like out of this world, like a 95 or anything, but it is really good. So I'll have to see what Thunderstash has to say on that. So you guys know who I am. I'm Nintendo Prime. I make Switch 2 content. Do I make anything else? No. Of course, I make other content, but lately it's been a lot of Switch 2. Okay, it is what it is. The people want what the people want. So, what's my video going to be tomorrow? Probably Switch 2. I'll just say it. It's probably I don't know what it's on. I have literally at the moment that I'm saying this, there is nothing else I know that has happened to talk about Switch 2. But I will wake up in the morning and there will be something that happened that leads to a Switch 2 video. It just is what keeps happening. I go to bed not planning to make a Switch 2 video. I'm like, oh, like right now, in my head right now, I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm going to talk about the Palworld thing tomorrow. But then I'm going to wake up and it's something Switch 2. So in the end, it's probably going to be a Switch 2 video tomorrow and the day after and probably the day after that. I promise I'm not making these things happen. They just keep happening. So, but I want to do coverage. Like Echoes of Wisdom are kind of leaked out there. So I don't want to do a lot of coverage of Echoes of Wisdom right now just because a lot of stuff on that's already out there. I will cover when the reviews drop. We'll go through some of the stuff the reviews have said because they're allowed to say that stuff. NDAs are down for that. So we'll go through some reviews. What are you doing?
3 left.
3 left what?
To 1K.
Oh. 3 steps away from 1K.
I told you. I'm
keeping this going
here.
until we get to 1K. Anyways. So no.
Please sub.
Please sub.
I want to go home.
It's like I'm holding
It's like we're doing a telethon.
Right? Anyways, so just to kind of round it out, I don't know what my videos are going to be because I'm a news channel. We cover news, we talk about news, I give my opinions on everything. And we do these podcasts every single week, and I do live streams, a few other days as well. Q&As mostly. If you guys want to come talk one-on-one with Prime, it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. We have one tomorrow if you guys want to have some one-on-one time. When I say one-on-one, it kind of sounds a little, not that kind of one-on-one time. And then I do want to give a shout out to all you guys. Tonight has been quite literally our biggest Nintenbyte podcast ever. I don't know if it's the biggest podcast ever. I'll have to go back and look through the Nintendo Prime podcast, but we peaked at 923 viewers just on YouTube on my channel. On my channel. I know that it's been doing pretty well over on Thunder Stashes. The few times I checked in, he was getting some pretty decent views over there. Game Junction, I saw it peak for a little bit. Obviously over on Twitter, this is our biggest episode ever on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that.
So like the bottom line is this is the biggest episode of the Nintenbyte podcast ever. So this is a big shout out to all of you guys for taking this. Like, I don't think you understand. Like you took this podcast to a level it's never been. We once in a while we'll see a 300 and then it drops down to 250 and then it goes below 2. Tonight we consistently stayed above 7 until right in this last hour. And we've been above our peak normally this entire time in the last hour. This is insane. I don't know what you guys are doing here at the end of a 4-hour podcast, but thank you so much.
Counting down to
this
90,000.
This is just insane. Hey, did you get 1,000 yet?
No, you said 2 left. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Two people.
2 people so I can end the show.
Right?
2 subscribers.
Come on.
Until then.
Oh, come on.
Quick, guys. What's your favorite food? Let's extend this a bit. What's your favorite food?
Oh, that's easy. Pizza, no doubt.
I mean,
pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening, pizza at supper time. When you can eat pizza on a bagel, you can eat pizza anytime, right?
you can.
It's true. It's true.
No lies were spoken there.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like Chris might have a different answer. What's your favorite food?
It's called buñuelos. It's from Colombia. My mom or my grandma did that. They're like they're delicious, and you can eat it all day long as well, like pizza. So yeah, it's pretty good.
We had 1,000, didn't we?
We had 1,000.
All right, we'll finish the question. Game Junction, favorite food?
It's got to be pizza for me too. I'm pretty generic. I eat pizza every week. No fails, So
everything is pizza. Eric,
barbecue.
Ooh,
that's a great one.
Pizza. You put it on a pizza.
No.
A manly answer.
1,001 subs. So we got it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we hit the 1,000. Nick hit the 1,000.
Let's go.
I hope he wakes up tomorrow smiling.
Hell yeah.
And then my favorite food.
Nice.
You have to tune in next week. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Nintenbyte Podcast, everyone. We'll see you same time next week. Much shorter show until Nintendo reveals Switch 2 right before it. Then it ends up even longer. Bye, everyone.